you put your mic on, please? Thanks.
Try again. Good morning, members, and welcome to the October meeting of the Education and Learning Committee. This meeting is being live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Could I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you're not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write "Speak" in the Teams chat function, and you will be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you to either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or you could write "leave" in the Teams chat function and then join. This will allow us to monitor member presence. Tracy, can I ask you to confirm, set and approve remote participation?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, members. We've got 18 members present. We've got 5 members present in the Council Hall at HQ, and that is the Chairman, Councillor Fairbairn, Councillor Scobie, Councillor Stitt, Councillor Thompson, and we've got 13 members on Teams. I have apologies from Councillor Little.
Okay, and I approve the remote participation of members. Are there any declaration of interest, members? Doug?
Yeah, also apologies from Councillor Tate and Councillor Karen Carruthers. Thank you, sorry.
Not seeing any declaration of interest, so if we move into the body of the... Oh, sorry, before we do that, Councillor Stitt, you wanted to give us some good news?
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to inform all other members of the Education Committee that at the Scottish Language Awards on the 25th of September, Trequil School won the School of the Year, and also their teacher, Mr Mackenzie, was nominated in the Teacher of the Year category. Although he wasn't successful, I think it's been a great achievement of the school, and I think it's a great credit to the pupils and all the staff.
Thanks, David. Yes, it's good to have some good news in a year like this. Okay, so moving into the body of the meeting, Education and Learning Minutes, 22nd of June 2021. This is for approval only. Everyone happy with that? Okay. So item 4 on the agenda, Education Restart Update, report by the Director of Skills, Education and Learning. This is on page 21. To provide an update since the last committee in June 2021 on the ongoing arrangements for pupils and staff since the return to schools and nurseries in August 2021. The Director and Head of Learning and Resources are here to answer any questions on how the schools have responded to the increasing numbers of cases locally and managing these following the national guidance as it is published. And Gillian, I think you've got us a brief update. Gillian?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So since the report went to print and earlier this week, the Scottish Government published guidance Coronavirus Education Recovery Key Actions and Next Steps. It was published on the 5th of October and it outlines our ongoing response to the impact of the pandemic on education in Scotland, and it sets out some key next steps we need to take to address these. So we need to make sure now that we align these national education recovery objectives with our local community planning and RRR plan. Furthermore, from the Directors' meeting this morning, I know that the Chief Medical Officer Advisory Subgroup has met and that we expect further detail today. It's anticipated that the implementation of some further guidance will be brought into force after the October holidays, but I have nothing further and specific to update members on at this point. But as is set out in the report, since August we've been seeing high numbers of people throughout the region testing positive for COVID. But NHS colleagues are meeting regularly with head teachers, and on the decisions of these daily incident management teams, some schools have had to move to remote learning for some classes, some year groups, or in some cases, some nurseries have been affected by temporary closures. We have a locally agreed process for managing cases created by our colleagues in public health, and this process has enabled swift and decisive action to be taken when necessary to stop the spread of the virus in our schools. So I feel it's worth noting and highlighting to committee that this term only 2 of our primary schools and only 1 early years setting has had to close for more than a single day. So against the backdrop of the high numbers of positive cases in our region and normal school contacts no longer being identified as close contacts, this is a great achievement by all of our staff to ensure that mitigations have continued to be observed so that pupils have remained in classrooms and learning this term. Thank you, Chair, and John and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Gillian. Members? Willie?
Yeah, Chair, just a quick question. I hear what Gillian's saying, and we're still in the COVID situation. I think the numbers are slightly going down, and that's good in far as that. I just wonder in terms of the restart and opening up and everything, when it would be possible, or if there's any indication when parent council meetings could start and use the schools for the parent council meetings, if that could be some indication.
John?
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Good question. And actually the advice that we received, which was an updated advice on the 30th of September from the 15th of September, did give permission, if you like, for parent council meetings to commence. However, there was a caveat that it has to continue to be done in a safe manner with all the normal mitigations in place, and very much that only if it is important to the operation of that parent council and the impact is greater rather than continue to use the remote means. So remote means if at all possible, but if required, then parent council meetings can now go ahead.
Willie?
Could I come back in a bit of a mixed message in there? Are we putting out the message to the parent councils that it is possible? I know you're saying, you know, just what is the issue for meeting, but that they are able to meet in schools and this is possible. We're putting that message out. I know they are meeting remotely, or a number of them are. I just want, you know, sort of get back to some form of normality.
Yeah, thanks. So yes, they can go ahead. The guidance is slightly ambiguous, and we have to interpret that guidance that comes down to try and interpret that at a local level. They can go ahead, however, if possible, they should continue to operate in a remote means. We've also seen, and I think it's worth noting at committee, we've seen an increased participation in parent councils through remote means due to the fact that it's potentially more accessible for many of our parents to actually participate in parent council meetings. So schools themselves will make those decisions at a local level and will decide what's most appropriate for their school and their parent council.
I've got Councillor Murray. Elaine?
Thanks, Chair. First of all, just to say congratulations to all the staff, both in the council staff and the teaching staff, and other school staff who had to deal with the consequences of the pandemic. And I appreciate how difficult that has been, and how difficult it is at the moment. The point I wanted to ask about was in 3.7, which states that most infections are starting in home and schools. Most infections are starting in home and social settings, and a much fewer number, but my point isn't grammatical, happening within the school or nursery itself. I just wondered, I know that's the national message, that it's not the schools, but I'm just wondering what is the evidence that it's not starting in schools, or it's not being transmitted in schools, and that children are not taking COVID back to their parents, for example. I just wonder, what is the evidence that it's happening, it's coming in from social settings, but not being transmitted within schools?
John?
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, good question, and it's certainly one that has taxed us when we've worked together with our health colleagues to look at our problem assessment groups or escalated to IMTs, because we've very much I suppose in a forensic manner, gone through where the transmission potentially has started from. Now, we know the transmission hasn't started from a school. It started very much elsewhere in the world. However, where's the cause and knock-on effect? And it has been at a very detailed level within schools, and we've been able to understand some of the social context that the young people have been involved in. I won't go into all the details of that, but we've literally gone to that level of detail at our IMT. And that has provided the sufficient evidence that that in almost all cases the transmission happens in social settings, but not always. And at times we know that with children potentially playing together, socialising together, having lunches together, for example, that has now caused some in-school transmission. So the majority is happening still within the community, and I think it's important as we move to an October break, and we had a meeting with our health colleagues yesterday, without wanting to be the dampener on October holiday activities. I think everybody continues to need to require to maintain the social rules, the rules round about that support COVID and ensuring that we're continuing to carry out those key messages of maintaining social distance and trying to mitigate as much as we possibly can. What I would say, just to conclude, is that our schools are, and I would also like, and thank you for your comments, I would also like to thank our schools, our head teachers, our colleagues in our schools for continuing to maintain such a high diligence. Our schools are the safest of places. I don't know, members won't have been in schools recently, but they are exceptionally, the mitigations are in place, the risk assessments are in place, and we continue to follow a very stringent programme of ensuring that we are reducing the risk of infection and transmission as much as we possibly can. And there's been a lot of work, and I know you've recognised that work this morning. There's been a lot of work put in the background and will continue to be put in after the October break so that we make sure that any transmissions in schools are limited as low as they possibly can be. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I'm not seeing anyone else looking to speak, so if we can move to the recommendations, can we note 2.1 and 2.2? Sorry, Julie. I didn't know. So, Julia Irvin.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick question about the CO2 monitors in school. I'm aware that that's been an area quite a few of my colleagues have been in touch with me about as to when they will be in place. But I noticed that it said in the papers that CO2 monitoring is taking place at the moment. I just wondered where we were with that. Thank you.
John?
Yep, thanks, Julie. Good question, and I think we've got a reasonably good answer for that one. So the CO2 monitoring had a two-pronged approach. We were required by government to start to monitor the CO2 levels within our schools by the October break. A programme was put in place to ensure that we were going around the schools which had the, if you like, the hot spots. We identified the schools that had no outside ventilation, for example, an inside room, and we monitored those schools first. We prioritised those schools that were, in our view, higher risk. A programme has been implemented and continues to be implemented till the end of this week. At the same time, running the twin track approach to ensure that we procured sufficient devices that we could allow schools themselves and in fact staff in classrooms themselves to monitor CO2 levels within their class bases as we move into the winter period. This week those devices have been distributed to all of their schools. They will be all in place by close of play by tomorrow, with clear safer operating working practice guidance that will be sitting beside those monitors, and it will be expected that all staff will be expected to read the guidance that's there, and that will give clarity regarding the readings from the monitors and what to do if the monitors move from, for example, a green to an amber, and the mitigations that need to be taken account of at that point. For example, opening windows, ensuring more ventilation, potentially, worst case scenario, removing the children from the room for a period of time and bringing them back in afterwards. So there's a two-pronged approach. We've done the monitoring ourselves in the higher risk areas. I can't remember the exact figures, but we're somewhere about 80% of the schools and the buildings that we felt were the highest priority that have been done before the October break, after the October holidays. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, so moving to the recommendations again, can we note 2.1 and 2.2? And
noted.
2.3, agree to receive further reports on the additional funding made available for the response to COVID-19 to future Education and Learning Committee as part of reporting on our Council's commitments within the administration budget. And
agreed.
Can we also, I think, record our thanks, as John, I think, encapsulated, to our pupils and staff for their ongoing efforts to deliver a good standard of education despite the restrictions which are in place. And I'm sure Tracy, John will be able to give you the formal words for that. Everybody happy with that? Okay. Thank you.
Agreed.
So moving on to agenda item 5 on page 27, the Education Improvement Plan and Annual Report. This paper provides members with information about the 2021-22 updates to the Education and Learning Improvement Plan 2019 to 2023 and the Education and Learning Directorate Annual Report 2020-2021, both of which are required to be submitted to Scottish Government by the end of September 2021. And we have Alistair Young to speak to this. Members, any questions or any issues? Councillor Fairbairn.
Thanks very much, Chair. Now, I just wanted to note 3.5, really, the Director's new position as the lead for the South West Educational Collaborative, and I'm sure that Gillian will carry on the good work and in a lot of ways enhance it as well. So I just want to point a note on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. Willie, Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe a statement first and followed by a question, because I'm looking at the report and then turning to supporting learners on page 49 of the policy document. And it's sort of conflicting in that the report is saying the numbers are reducing, and yet from Scottish Government, when I listen to the Minister for Education or Young People, she's talking about, you know, the numbers increasing, and that she's putting more resources into those coming from a year out of school and who require that additional needs in education. So I'm slightly confused with that when the report here seems to be going in the opposite direction from what we're getting from central government. And then I recently, or just last week, in fact, met with Hugh Smith on a number of issues, and met previously as well in terms of Stranraer Academy and where 3 additional support for learners were retiring, and there was no replacement for them, fortunately, through discussion that has resulted in an additional 33 hours. I'm still sceptical as to whether that is going to meet the needs. So I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at different ways. From the discussion I had with Sue, we have done away with the matrix, and it's how we assess that these young people, if they're coming into school in secondary in particular, and they may not have an individual education plan, and they come into school and still need that additional support. How do we assess a youngster when they are needing that additional support? And also, are we fully compliant with the corporate support plans, the child plan and all other? I know that the corporate support plan is a legal document, but are we meeting the needs of these kids? And every kid is unique. And if we're going to get it right for every child, then they may need that additional support. How do we measure exactly what additional support they need? And do they all have child plans or corporate support plans where it's appropriate, and their individual education plan? So there's a whole complexity in there, and it's how the child and the parent can see that we are covering every aspect.
Alistair.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie, for your question. There's a lot to that. One of the things that I would say is that throughout a young person's journey in primary school, there should be, in any instances where that young person has got additional support needs that merit it, that those needs would be recorded, usually through the CMIS recording system, and that would be there and documented, and that information would pass on to the receiving secondary school. Also, in cases where young people are identified as having needs that would be maybe an enhanced level of need, it would be routine practice to have enhanced transition meetings that would involve the parent, the primary school, the receiving secondary school, so that any anything about that young person that needed to be discussed could be discussed, and that would include things like Child's Plan, IEP, and any other partnership working where there are other agencies working with that young person. That information would be shared, it would be documented again on CMIS, and able to be transferred to the additional support for learning team in the receiving secondary school, so that that information could then be disseminated throughout the secondary school to where it would be needed to ensure that that young person support needs are firstly understood by everyone in that new context, and then that the consideration can be given to how the young person's needs can be met. But it is a sliding scale. There are different levels of need, and depending on what the young person's level of need would be, there would be a degree of proportionality to that. But all of the information should be there, and it would be good practice and effective practice to make sure that that information is used appropriately. In relation to the point that Councillor Scobie made about, differences between national picture and a local picture, there are obviously local variations in terms of need and how need manifests itself, particularly during the period of lockdowns and COVID. That need has actually changed in some young people who perhaps maybe didn't have additional support needs prior to the COVID pandemic now may need some additional support. And I can certainly say that in our conversations with head teachers, that's an area that we are asking specifically about, and we're asking at that in detail. How are you supporting the learning of young people? How are you recovering anything that you feel has been lost? And in terms of particularly literacy, numeracy, health and well-being, those three main strands, we are asking a lot of schools about how they are dealing with that. We're asking schools also as well how they are using pupil equity funding for identified young people to ensure that funding that has been specifically directed to those young people is used to ensure that they are able to receive the support in whatever format that may take, to make sure that we're all doing the very best we can for them.
Willie?
Grateful for that explanation from Ian. And I heard him talk about PEF there. PEF and the schools do use PEF and they use it innovatively to try and close the gap. So I wouldn't like to see that being used as core in terms of the number of hours. So my question really is to the Directorate and yourself included, Ian, in that could we have a report? I hear that we are dealing with school by school. So I just wonder if, in terms of the budget that we have for additional support for learners, whether indeed that would be severely under pressure, and that we could get a report on that, Chair, so that we can see just how it is panning out with the schools, with the return of the kids, with perhaps additional support. And also, perhaps from the Directorate, are you confident that all the documents are fully up to date in terms of CSPs, community plans, IEPs? Are you fully confident that that is all these legal documents and other documents that support that are fully up to speed and that we are compliant with all the documents?
Director?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Scobie. Firstly, there's an item later on in the agenda specifically on supporting learners and the move and the transformation arrangements to give added focus on supporting learners. And I know that you met with officers earlier this week to discuss the principles of that. This is all about principles of approach, and what we do to make best use and most effective use and research-based, evidence-based approaches that we use in our schools to make the best use of the resources we have. You've made the point on a couple of times there regarding coordinated support plans and the paperwork. If you are aware of any cases from your casework where you feel that we have not met the expectations of individual pupils, if you please bring that to me. But I am confident in our head teachers that they will do all they are required to do in terms of the statutory paperwork. But if there is something you know that I may not know, please bring that to my attention.
Anybody? Okay. Councillor Thompson, Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. It was actually a question on, I think it's on page 48 or thereabouts in the actual our report, just touching on early learning and childcare, and it kind of ties in with the support for learners. I suppose often our reports would have information about needs for pupils who have additional support, but it's taken in a primary and a secondary context. But I gather there's a body of knowledge that suggests that if you're really wanting to start to identify potential issues for young people, you'd really want to start before the age of 4. So, and obviously we now have an extended provision for early learning, which brings children in at that age. So I'm just sort of wondering, it's not clear to me from reading this how we're actually identifying that at that age, so that before even entering primary, there's a potential plan in place. So I'm just sort of, maybe I've sort of misread it or not sort of taken it on board, but is that something we could maybe get more detail on?
Jillian?
Yeah, I would be happy to. Yeah, I would be happy to respond to that. So, in the same way that in primary schools and secondary schools, where the needs of young people are scrutinised and looked at in an ongoing way, the same thing is true in early learning and childcare. When young people are in nursery placements, for example, there's a great deal of input goes into ensuring that the young people, as they move along their journey, you know, and you know, when they're 3 and upwards and they're moving towards curriculum for excellence early level, the staff in nurseries are very aware of the developmental milestones that young people would be expected to reach, and they work in close partnership with partners like education visitors, health visitors, and there are people like that come in and are involved in situations where young people are maybe identified as having additional support needs that merit that partnership working. In other cases, in the more, if you like, the routine run in the mill of how things would operate, in the same way that young people would be, you know, learning, teaching and assessment would be part of the ongoing cycle of what happens in schools. That's the exact same that happens in nursery, and young people's needs are really scrutinised in nursery. And I know from my own experience as a primary head teacher with a large nursery in the school that I worked in, that there's a lot of detail goes into people like if it's nursery teachers, nursery managers, if it's nursery managers that are in post, and nursery nurses, and they make detailed observations in young people. Those observations are recorded and they're discussed, and the next steps for young people and how they're supported is all incorporated into that conversation. So it's part of that ongoing process. And in situations, as I said, where there would be some kind of additional need identified, there would be conversations with parents, and parents would be fully included in how that young person would be supported and part of the conversation. And there would be a real joined up approach working together between the parent, nursery staff, to make sure that the needs of the young people were being met. And similar to what I said about transition arrangements between primary and secondary, the same thing happens between nurseries and primary schools. There's detailed information is passed on between, you know, a young person and how they've been getting on in nurseries when they come into primary school.
Yes, Stephen?
No, I mean, that's really encouraging. I think what I'm sort of trying to look for is the earlier you have the intervention, the better the outcome, I suppose, over the longer term. I suppose that's the philosophy behind it. So, I mean, just a ballpark figure, how many additional support staff are in nurseries? Because obviously you would think that while obviously the conversations are happening to pass on that knowledge as they enter primary school during transitions, etc., and working with parents, I'm just sort of wondering, well, actually, if the support's there even before they get to primary school, maybe that would allow them to sort of cope with that transition even better. So it's really just to get a sense of that. And forgive my ignorance, but it's really, I don't know how many there are in nursery settings at the moment. Alistair?
Yeah, I would respond to that, and I think Hugh would maybe want to come in here as well. What I would say is that you have to, if you bear in mind that there's different ratios in nursery to primary schools and secondary schools, there's a much higher proportion of adults that are there in that nursery setting. So the type of that level of support is able to be given quite often by the cohort and the ratios that are in the nursery. You know, you've got high numbers of nursery nurses, early years practitioners in there that are able to offer that level of support. But where something in addition to that is required, that is where some of the processes that I indicated earlier on come in, where you would have the conversations and potentially partners would come in, and and obviously as well, head teachers have the the ability to deploy resources in whichever way they feel is best, and that may include putting learning assistants in the nursery, for specific purposes or specific periods to support one young person, a number of young people. So some of the decision making around that would sit with the head teacher, but in cases where there'll be a real identified need, there would be all of the mechanisms that I've already indicated would come into play to ensure that young people's needs were being met.
Do you want Hugh to come in first? Because Hugh is indicating he's got a further contribution. Hugh, do you want to come in? Then I'll call you back. Hugh?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to really reiterate what Alistair's saying and just to reassure Councillor Thompson that additional support for learning legislation is applicable for children in early learning and childcare as well. As Alistair's identified, we have education visitors that would be working with some of our most complex children prior to them arriving at early learning and childcare. And then the support arrangements would be, it's a similar approach that's in our schools with regard to accessing additional support through learning assistance. That's both in our own nurseries and with our partner providers as well. A slightly different scheme, but actually a scheme that's still available to support individual pupils. So would want to reassure them that absolutely, we're very clear that the earlier that we can invest in supporting a child and their family, and particularly in the early years, it's working with families as well often, the more likely it is that they'll be able to have a successful educational experience as they move into primary. So it's the same legislation that applies in the same code of practice that applies to early learning and childcare, and the resources are there and available to meet need.
See?
No, and thank you for the depth of the answer there. But I think I suppose the specific question is roughly how many are deployed to do that.
So we have
you.
So we have a team of education visitors. My understanding is that that's around 20 specialist teachers that would be working across the region. We also then we allocate as part of the primary school allocation where they have a nursery. That we allocate staff, and they would then use that staff to make decisions about how they deploy. So I wouldn't have that figure to hand, but we could, if that would be helpful, that we could look to see to try and identify what that would be. It would be a bit of work because obviously within a school they'll use the staff as at different times in different ways. But so it may not be a fixed time. But those staff that are in this primary school where there's a nursery will be working between both settings.
See?
If they,
and that would be really helpful, and I suppose we'd also have to take into account our non-local authority provision as well, because clearly the same needs could be needed there. So it's just to get a sense. So it's just a ballpark figure. I appreciate it'll be a moving sort of a goalpost, but I suppose we ought to know prior to a student coming to primary school. Well, we can prepare for the needs that we've already identified at an early learning stage. So I'd imagine we would have a.
Julie Irvin.
Thank you, Chair. It was really just with the closure of schools, because we've not had a normal school year for quite a while now. It's actually impacted on identifying these needs. So if you look at your current primary 1 children, they've never had a full year in nursery. Our current primary 7 children, the last normal year they had was primary 4. So we are finding in schools that the needs for majority of our children have changed. They're very different. It's taken a lot longer in August to get the children back into the normal routine, the normal work ethic. And I think within classes, because all the needs are different, all the needs have changed, we're finding those we do refer on are the most extreme cases, but the referral process is exceptionally slow. You do your identification of concern form, you submit that, you say everything that you're doing, and you're then waiting on other referrals. So, for example, I'm aware of our nursery manager who's been dealing with a child now. The health visitor was working with them on a report, but the health visitor hasn't seen the child since before lockdown. So that's not particularly helpful when you're trying to look at needs of these children. Within classes up the school, because children weren't in school and the levels of work done at home varied depending on family needs, on family circumstances. When they've come back into school, there's huge gaps in learning. So we're dealing with not only huge gaps in learning, but we've also got children with mental health issues. And the referral process for that is very slow as well. So you might be sitting with a child who actually you referred a way back the start of September, who's still not actually been seen by anyone, and their mental health is deteriorating further. It's who do you go for help? How can we fast track these? And I think that's where my concern comes in as a class teacher. We see these children day in, day out. Sometimes we don't see them because their mental health is so poor, they're not coming to school. So it's how do we stop these children falling through the gaps? How do we ensure that, because they've not had a normal school year for quite a number of years now, how do we target that support and how do we get it quickly? Because it's the speed of support. Because normally by the time it gets to referral stage, you've tried all the tricks in your bag. You've been to the support staff in school. You've tried everything there. So it's to do with the speed, I suppose. I would quite like to see something about how quickly referrals would be dealt with and the turnaround on that. Thank you.
Alistair?
Yeah, thanks, Mrs. Irvine, for your observations, and much of what you said there very much chimes with some of the challenges that we are finding when we're going out into schools and when education officers are going out into schools and speaking to head teachers. So we've got a great deal of empathy with the points that you've raised there. And some of these challenges are there to try to be solved. Where we have got, if you like, direct influence within Education and Learning Directorate, that is something that we can be looking at in terms of our processes, if there are any bottlenecks in that, to find out how we can get things to flow a bit better. Similarly, as I'm sure you will appreciate, some of the referral processes lie with partners that are out with, our direct influence. And I think it's maybe then to take some of these challenges to, places where, partners are sitting around the table where we would maybe have, I'm thinking of, for example, CSEG, where we would maybe have NHS partners and other influential partners there that would be able to, ask the questions that you've asked and take that down into, everyone in the organisation to try to find how do we address the challenges that you've raised. When we are speaking with head teachers, we, and they're raising the same kind of challenges, we are seeing if there's anything that we can do, anything specific. If people are raising something specific, we are trying to go to the person that that would maybe be most directly involved and ask for their support. And if you are finding any examples of where you're finding that cork in the bottle and there's a stick in the system, I would be happy to hear about that so that I would be able to, you know, and I would do everything I could, well, if there was something that I could do to help that flow through to get things moving, and where it would be lying out with my own sphere of influence, I would be happy to try to take that to other people who might be able to get things moving. But what I would say as well, like maybe in a more, you know, encouraging note, is we have also seen schools have been absolutely amazing in the way that they have dealt with some of the challenges. And, you know, like you mentioned mental health challenges, and, you know, like young people having challenges that didn't exist prior to COVID. We are finding that schools and practitioners are really thinking hard, thinking out of the box in terms of how they can support the young people. I know that within education, you know, the educational psychology, for example, Linda Bigger and her team, they have got a lot of information and a lot of support and suggestions that they can bring to bear, even when we're in the situation perhaps where we're waiting on external agencies to be able to do something. There may be some interim aspects that we could, you know, are some suggestions that could come from educational psychology, for example, that might be able to help guide us in terms of practice. Because in the end, you know, like quite often some of what we would get from some of the partners after referrals would be some recommendations. So there would be cross-cutting recommendations potentially that we could have internal, that we would have some kind of influence on, that would be able to support schools where they're having particular challenges. So we would, what I would say is, we would be happy to do everything we can within our sort of sphere of influence to be able to alleviate any issues that you have described. And as I've said, where something lies out with our ability to deal with it, we would take it to a place where we would be able to try to ask the questions in the appropriate forum to be able to do that.
Thanks, Alistair. Okay with that, Julie? Okay. Julie,
yes, thank you. That was great.
The Director wants to come in.
It's simply thank you to Alistair for that comprehensive response, and you certainly had picked up the point regarding the partnership working and the referral to the Children's Services Executive Group, and clearly Council has invested in early intervention, and that is the next item on the agenda.
Thanks, Julian. David Inglis.
Good morning, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick question for Alistair. He mentioned a number of times that there are conversations held with head teachers. I'm just wondering whether there is any form or any level of engagement with staff members who are actually dealing with the children with behavioural problems on the ground, or whether it stops at the head teacher level.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Inglis. I think that partly it was mostly the case at the moment, due to COVID restrictions and risk assessments, that the conversations that we would be having would be directly with the head teacher. Myself and my team at the moment are not freely able to do that, which we would otherwise be able to do. We would be able to get into classrooms more regularly were it not for COVID, and we would actually hear at the chalk face from the practitioners, you know, what their lived experience is. But at the moment, we're mostly depending on that feedback coming from the head teacher. But we're very much hoping that as things open up, it's a key priority for myself and my team to be able to get back into schools, to, you know, like walk the corridors of the schools, engage with the staff, sit with staff, you know, when we eventually get to the point, hopefully, when we can sit in the staff room and have a cup of tea with them. And that's where you can have the conversations and really gain that lived experience. So it is something that we very much hope to get back to as soon as conditions allow us to do that.
Okay, David.
Just come back in, Chair. Yeah, I'm really pleased to hear that, Alistair, because I believe that that engagement at that level is crucial, and I think it needs to go to nursery as well, because I think there is, you know, there are issues spotted at nursery that it has been proved, you know, is coming out through early primary school years, and it becomes a major issue in primary 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think there needs to be that engagement with the staff who deal with high tariff kids on a one-to-one basis, just to see exactly what's happening within our schools.
Absolutely, Councillor Inglis. We couldn't agree more, and it's something that myself and my team are really, we are chomping at the bit to be able to get that level of engagement again. And just for the very reasons you've said, like, we gain so much from that level of sort of that real interpersonal relationship between staff at all levels in the schools. That helps us to really inform the picture of how things are in there, and like in hearing the lived experience of practitioners on the ground is a major part of that. One of the things that will potentially help us to be able to do that, and this will be dependent on COVID restrictions allowing this, is the resumption of collaborative reviews where members of my team, along with peer colleagues and so on, would go into a school to support that school in certain aspects of their improvement journey, potentially looking at particular quality assurance indicators. And and there would be a case there potentially, depending on what we were looking at, where very specifically what you've indicated would be part of what we would be looking at when we would be looking at how the extent to which young people's needs were being met. For example, that's as a quality indicator that we would follow to see what that would be like, and that would include having direct conversations with the practitioners on the ground. We would probably also in those cases be having focus groups with parent council members, groups of parents, and that very much would include nursery, early years in that, so that we are getting that feedback and we're hearing the voice of everyone in the school community and are able to, we would then use that information to work alongside the school, the whole school team, but specifically the head teacher, senior management team in that school, to look at like how we, what are we seeing in there? Is what we are seeing the same as what you are seeing? And how can we support that? And part of our role there would be signposting to partners that could help and suggest, and maybe signposting to other colleagues who had similar experience and, and are demonstrating effective practice where we could point them in that direction so that they can sort of learn from each other and that professional learning and dialogue can take place so that people can support each other in that. But yeah, very much we want to get to that point that you've described as soon as we possibly can.
I really appreciate that, Alistair. I think it's vital that that happens, and the sooner the better, as soon as we possibly can. From what I'm hearing, the staff morale amongst those who are dealing with high tariff children is pretty low. And I think something needs to be done pretty quickly to deal with it. Thank you, Alistair. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor McComb. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. It's, I suspect, another one for Alistair. Alistair, several councillors have highlighted the importance of communication. They've talked about communication within the teaching staff. How are we doing for communication with parents, particularly parents of high tariff pupils?
Thank you for the question, Councillor McComb. I think that there are a number of strategies that are employed that, I mean, COVID has certainly impacted that. We've had to employ new strategies where there's been much more communication at a distance than would otherwise normally be the case.
Thank you very much for that answer, Alistair. The bottom line to my query is, when are we likely to have face-to-face meetings with parents?
Councillor McComb, I think I would maybe defer to my colleague John Finn on that to maybe come back in on that, because I think we are still awaiting new guidance that would maybe help direct, you know, like how soon we are able to get to that.
So it may not be possible to answer the question just now.
Not at this moment in time. I think there are.
I'll call John in at this point. John?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McComb. So I suppose there's two things here. There's the generic parents coming into schools for, you know, parent-teacher consultations, activities, events, and already we're getting some questions from schools about that. Christmas is just round the corner, believe it or not, for those who haven't noticed. And when we come back after the October break, there'll be a significant acceleration towards Christmas activities. So a lot of parents are concerned about things like that, and clearly we will be working to get some guidance out as soon as we possibly can to support schools with that. With children who have got particular challenges, potentially in their learning or their specific needs within their learning environment or whatever, then those parents can now come into schools to have those conversations with staff appropriately, with all the mitigations in place, etc. So it is in a kind of phased approach, if you like. It's very much about when it's required with it because of the particular needs of young people. But in terms of the en masse attendance of parents, that's still a TBC. But we're hoping that the guidance that Gillian alluded to earlier on this morning will come out, and we can then provide that guidance to schools for after the October break. We've got a meeting with our head teachers the first week back where we'll be able to share this information, and we will also be meeting with our joint trade unions on the same week so that everybody gets that same information at the same time based on the national guidance. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. So there is some limited face-to-face meeting. Thank you.
Yes. It's obviously very much an evolving situation. None of us can predict what's going to happen from week to week at the moment, unfortunately. So I've got no one else looking to speak. So can we move to the recommendations? 2.1, we've reviewed the Education Learning Directorate annual report. Can we note 2.2, and can we endorse 2.3? Steve?
Yeah, it was just, I think there was an action to provide a bit more information on the number of early learning support for learners. But maybe that could just be shared with members of the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, you caught that, Alsa? Yep. Okay, that's been captured.
Yeah, to have that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, moving to item 6 on page 191. This is the counselling in schools in Dumfries and Galloway Year 1 evaluation, which was referred to earlier. This report is the evaluation of Year 1 of the Counselling in Schools project, which delivers on the Scottish Government's requirement for counselling services within schools. The evaluation details the positive impact of the first year's work to support the mental health of young people. And there was a very good and very informative member seminar which was held on Monday the 13th of September. So I think we've got Mark Malloy and Linda Bigger to speak to this. Hi Mark, hi Linda. Okay, members?
Yes, we're both here in the same screen, so sorry for any confusion at any point. So we're tabling our committee report today. It was encouraging to hear recently that this project was highlighted by the Education Secretary at the Scottish Learning Festival in her keynote address. It was highlighted as an example of good practice, and that's encouraging to hear. As you pointed out, Chair, we're aware that many members have accessed the recent seminar, but today we're happy to answer any further questions on this report.
Thanks, Linda. And I've got Robert McQuiston. Robert?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was looking at the facts and figures, which are, in some ways, quite alarming. My question is really quite simple. How do you measure success in the counselling project?
Linda?
So we use a range of measures. Right from the outset of the project, we knew that we had to be able to measure this. So we use things like the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire, we use scaling with young people, we look at what their goals are and then measure against whether we've helped them achieve those goals. But probably most importantly, we triangulate the results so that we're checking with the adults around the young person about do they see a difference with things such as improved school attendance, reduced exclusions, parents reporting that the young person's happier at home and so on. So we have qualitative and quantitative measures to be able to demonstrate improvement.
Right, and presumably looking at the stats, would you anticipate those figures going up or down in the coming year?
Interestingly, I would imagine that they're going to stay at a similar level. And the reason for thinking that is that we know that we've got more young people who are self-referring, which we take as a good sign actually, because young people, if you're looking for the impact of a project, if young people tell other young people that it's worthwhile, that's a pretty good measure. So we've got more young people self-referring. We're continuing to see the same kinds of issues around low-level anxiety, low mood, and so on. But I think we've also got better within our system at highlighting to young people that we can offer this at a very early stage. So young people don't have to wait till they're at a stage where they require referral to CAMHS or clinical psychology or educational psychology. So it's, you know, that word of mouth is flagging this up, and our mental health pathway also includes it as an early offer as well.
But obviously, if those figures go down, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's always a good thing if the figures go down, but equally, if they go up, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It might just be that we've got more young people who are accessing the service, which is our goal, is to be able to get in early. It's very much an early intervention, prevention model.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Linda. I'm not seeing... Oh, sorry, Stephen Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I should have used the Teams chat function there. But yeah, so it's about the statistics, I suppose. And I think, you know, the number of young people that we're able to engage with, so I think it was 351 or something like that. But I'm aware that that's, you know, maybe less than 2% of our young people, I suppose. So this is maybe just a sort of arithmetic point, or for the statisticians maybe around there, but normally you would have a sort of N number, which is like, here's the total we're taking the figures from. And while obviously it's good that some people are able to engage with the services much better and get that benefit, there's statistics presented there to do with, for example, equalities information or whatever, which it's hard to see the relevance when you don't have the baseline figures of the population as a total. Now that's getting into kind of mathematical realms maybe, which isn't as exciting maybe to sort of report upon, but I think really if you're wanting something to have a bit of validity, you generally need to have that baseline data there just to say, right, well, we've got our population sample is this, or our population is this, the sample is this, the patterns that we're seeing emerging from those who are engaging with the service are this. That compares with the population as a whole on these levels. So is it possible to get access to that information without getting too sort of boring in this committee, or is that something I can pick up after this meeting?
Linda or Mark?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Thompson, for your question. In terms of the data that's presented, it's presented in the basis of the young people who are accessing the service. And although you're correct in terms of the number of young people accessing the service, it's important to know that that in most schools, the young people who have requested a self-referral to the project or have been referred by a teaching member of staff has been picked up through the service and has access to the service. So I think you know, in that case where we've got maybe only 2 or 3%, as you refer to, of the total school population, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because the assurance I can give is that those who are referred onto the service have had access to the service, and it would probably be more alarming if we were sitting with 20 or 30% of a school population who are requesting support for a project like this, which is specifically around low-level mental health. In terms of the equalities data, what we can do for the next reporting period is put in the comparison with that. If I use the gender questions just as an example, where we can put in the data to show what those percentages are in the general school population, so that you're then able to compare them specifically against this project.
Christine? Yeah. Okay, thanks, Mark. So I've got a number of members, Councillors Drysdale, McKee and Fairbairn. So Pauline?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Linda. Hi, Mark. I know this is out with your remit, but what are well, firstly, you've done a great job with the youth teams now that the schools are back. I think that's really helped, so thank you for that. Do you both have any updated figures as to the CAMS? I know Dumfries and Galloway was very low down the list, and it is a national problem and a Scottish problem, but are there any updated figures on that, Linda? Has the situation improved a little bit for children needing high-level mental health and support needs? Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Linda?
Councillor Drysdale, I don't have any updated figures since we last discussed this in the elected members seminar. What I can say is that we do continue to work with CAMS, clinical psychology and other health partners through the Mental Health in Schools group. So through the mental health pathway, we're trying to create a model which takes some of that pressure off CAMS, which we know doesn't help in the immediate, but trying to look at the longer term. We're looking at a wellbeing hub which reduces the pressure and the waiting lists, but I'm afraid I don't have an updated figure.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor McKee, David?
Thanks, Chair. It's just that in the last item and this item and what we're hearing on the television news and whatnot is about mental health. I think the staff are doing a tremendous job out there, and I think it would be remiss of us not to say thank you to the staff for the great job they're doing, the amount of work they're doing, and it must be quite traumatic at times for them working with youngsters with mental health issues. But my point was to just pass on, I would hope that the members agree that we write into the recommendations that we pass on our thanks to the staff involved with these youngsters and the good job they're doing. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I'm sure there won't be any problem with agreeing into the recommendation along those lines. Councillor Fairbairn, Doug?
Thanks for that, Chair. Yeah, it's really to kind of mirror what everybody's been saying here so far. Mark, Linda, is this project going to extend further than 2023? That's the first question. Second question would be, it's good that we've got this in place because of the requirements and these young people have and the terrible times that they're having. But what effect is this having on the youth workers themselves? And I know you've got here, you know, they've had the adequate training and stuff. Now, I know adequate training is good, but sometimes you always have the unforeseen. So what's the kind of blanket net for that? Thank you.
Linda and Mark?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Fairbairn. In terms of the staff themselves, you can give the members the reassurance that they receive professional support. It was part of the requirement for them undertaking their counselling qualification, because I think it is a tough ask for any member of staff or any volunteer who is supporting anyone who maybe have difficulties in their life, and we've got the appropriate support mechanisms in place with that jointly between the educational psychology and ourselves within the youth work service, and I think that's really important for these staff that are that have been in the schools 4 days a week and working with some very challenging issues with the young people. So that support is there. And in terms of the long-term nature of the project, it's currently funded by Scottish Government until June 2023, that there has been an indication there may be an extension of that as part of the Government's commitment to providing mental health support in schools, and as part of the Government's COVID recovery plan that was just launched a few days ago. There's a specific mention again to continued investment within young people's mental health, but certainly we will bring a further report back to members on that at the point when we have clarity of that within the council. And it's also worth mentioning that the community-based mental health support that we mentioned at the member seminar, the funding for that also ends in 2023, which is currently funded by our council through policy development funding that was agreed at full council last July. So we will have that both those things to address in the coming years, and we'll make sure that a report's brought back to council in due course on that.
So I'm not seeing any additional members indicating they want to speak. So can we go to the recommendations? Can we acknowledge 2.1, the impact of the school counselling project as detailed in the appendix? And 2.2, can we agree to the submission of the appendix to the Scottish Government as the evaluation report for year 1 of the school's counselling project as detailed in 3.5.7? And as the additional recommendation as suggested by Councillor McKee, can we thank those involved in the project for the work, and also the fact that it's been highlighted as an example of best practice by the Secretary of State for Education? Members happy with that? Thank you.
Agreed.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
So moving on to agenda item 7 on page 245, the new Devolved School Management DSM scheme guidance. This report in appendices sets out the new devolved school management scheme for Dumfries and Galloway schools, taking into account the new national guidance. It sets out the principles of the scheme, the collaboration and engagement in taking this forward, and the training and support to be put in place for staff and members. And Susan Martin, Susan's here, is available to take any questions. So, Susan, is there anything you want to add to your report?
No, thank you, Chair. Okay. No, I'm just happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks. Members? Nope. Oh, Julie Irvin.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the right bit in my book now. It was a quick question to do with the DSM budgets. Because schools are struggling with children with additional needs, I noticed with concern that additional support for learning staff are not replaced if they're off ill. So if staff are off ill, there's no cover for them provided, and it's the same in primary as secondary. And I just think at a time when we've got lots of children struggling and when we've got staff working full out, it's really, really hard if your additional support isn't there. So it was really just a wee query about that as to why that was, because I do note later on, I think in another item in the agenda, it says how valuable those staff are. But if they're valuable, surely we should be able to get cover for them if they're off ill.
Susan?
Thank you, Mrs. Irvin. Maybe if Hugh is still on the call, perhaps I could defer that to Hugh, who has a better operational detail on that area. Hugh, are you able to help?
Hugh?
Thanks, Susan. And yes, Julie, you're right that the position is at this time that when we don't provide cover for absences for non-teaching, obviously for teaching is the same across the board in terms of the general process. For non-teaching, that we do provide cover for COVID absences, and we also for long-term cover. But for short-term cover, we've kind of tried to adopt a similar model that's been in place for some considerable time for teaching staff, which is that we don't, and that in those circumstances that we would and we have asked schools to prioritise needs and to work as effectively as they can with the resources that they've got. But there is always, as there always is, there is always a conversation to be had in terms of some of our smaller schools where the circumstances are that the capacity with an absence is just we cannot support that. So as with most things, there is always, there has to be an opportunity. But we have tried to, and this is the second year that we've adopted this approach, and we've tried to kind of, I suppose, bring some continuity in terms of teaching and non-teaching, but with the recognition that that there will always be circumstances where actually a single rule cannot be applied, particularly for our smaller schools.
Thanks, Hugh.
Sorry, Hugh.
Yep.
Can I come back in there? Does that mean that in the smaller schools, if we are running low on support staff, we could actually get cover for them then?
As head teachers were advised when we kind of reiterated the notice from last year, that's a conversation with their supporting learners manager in terms of what options are there in terms of being able to make adjustments.
Thanks, Hugh. Now we've got Councillor Brodie and Councillor Scobie. So, Dick?
Yeah, on Mrs Irvin's point, I think that is well made. If it's just happened over the last year or two, then I think we should review it and see what the consequences are, because I think if they are valued members of staff, I think it's important that they are there all the time, really. So perhaps we could have a report back on the cost of that and whether we would like to reverse that past decision. On the devolved school management team, obviously, where some schools are going to lose out in the long run, and the budgets for the school I don't think are adequate. I don't know. I keep hearing from teachers that they're providing their own pockets to provide resources for the classroom, like stationery and pens and pencils, etc. Do we have a figure of how prevalent this is in our schools? How many teachers are actually dipping into their money to provide resources, which should just be basic ones, really? And also another point on that, in the Arundel Nestdale area committee, we have a number of schools applying for grants, and the one we just received yesterday, it was really for resources which should be provided within the school just to recover from the effects of the pandemic. So I think we should be looking at that devolved school management budget and see if it is adequate to meet the basic needs of education.
Gillian, Director.
Thank you. If I take the point regarding the principle of absence management, and then I'll hand over to Susan for the broader DSM discussion. I think it's important to note that in Dumfries and Galloway we have had an empowered system for many years, and the work towards devolved school management was not new to our head teachers. They are used to managing the resources at school level, and it's also important that we treat our non-teaching staff the same as we treat our teaching staff where terms and conditions allow, and this procedure brings an equity. We also know that decisions are best made closest to the child, and that's the principle that we have held dear to over the last decade, and that is in keeping with the discussions regarding pupil equity funding and a lot of the funding mechanisms that are devolved to school level. So schools are best placed to manage their short-term absences because they can manage the resources closest to school level, and that is the same for teaching and non-teaching staff. I can hand over to Susan perhaps for the specific questions. Thank you.
Susan?
Thank you. So in terms of how prevalent it is that teachers are buying their own resources, I don't have any detail on that. I have anecdotal stories, anecdotal evidence, but I don't have any factual detail on that. What we would expect, though, is absolutely that core requirements within the classroom are funded from within DSM. As you'll appreciate, because DSM is a per capita allocation, the small schools do get a very small budget, and that can make purchase of the larger items or bigger investments into resource harder for them. But as I've alluded to in the report, we have kept a sort of working fund that allows us to support those smaller schools with things like the purchase of copiers or the purchase of other equipment that for a small school with a very small per capita budget, that just simply wouldn't be possible. So we have got that fund that allows us to try and support schools to work slightly differently, given that the base allocation is for that core education. And in terms of schools applying for the grant applications, I guess it's the same. I guess there is a fund there that we can try and support them if they're looking at those bigger investments. But I think all of our schools are being really innovative in terms of stretching the resource we do have and trying to do the very best for our young people and provide experiences that add to their educational time in school, and they're looking for wider aspects, wider funding opportunities to try and offer some of those extras.
You want you back in, Dick?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just on Gillian's point, that's fair enough. I agree that schools should have control on their budgets. I suppose the point is that the budgets aren't really luxurious. A follow-up question to Gillian would be, how do we monitor? We've got a role in monitoring and ensuring that the money has been spent to best value. How do we keep a handle on that? And the point to Ms. Martin is that that we can we should really have a handle on whether teachers are supplying their own resources. So maybe a future opportunity to ask that question at some point. Okay, thank you.
Director.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brodie. In terms of impact of spend, the annual statutory report in terms of the school improvement plan and report, that would be the normal way to scrutinise schools at a broad level. Specifically, in terms of the maximising attendance, which is the point you raised, we would make sure that head teachers have got the information they need to manage the absence management in their schools. So if there were any concerns about multiple short-term absences, working with our colleagues, we would be able to handle that through our normal maximising attendance procedures and making sure that head teachers have got real-time data to help staff come back to work in a supported manner.
Thank you, Julian. Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. I think we should be grateful for Julie Irvine in raising this and interesting points that she does raise. I'm looking at 316 of the report. The implementation of a new scheme provided an opportunity to review the methods of allocation. And then I look further down the page at 318, rather in 317 and 318. Not for the first time, I hasten to add, I hear of working groups, and here's a working group and a head teacher strategy group. From what Julie is raising, I would expect to see it with so many working groups, a reflection of what Julie's saying. And when we heard that when learning assistants are off, there's no replacement. And that then does bear weight on the devolved management budget. We've heard, I spoke earlier of how innovative schools are in using their PEF funding, and I don't know if members go to the same parent council meetings that I do, but this is one of the issues that continually is raised, and how heavily reliant the schools are on the parent councils in terms of fundraising for issues within the school. And I think we're going to quickly reach a point if we're not providing the proper budgets to the schools, and we've heard of one this morning that Julie raised, where we don't provide for cover on sickness, on additional support for learners. I think we'll soon be turning to the parent councils to fundraise for the basics within and that staff as well. I hate to think that would ever be the situation. So from this and what Julie raises, I just asked the question why it's not reflected. Likewise, in terms of parent council meetings where they constantly fundraise to meet some of the needs of the schools. And maybe this is part of what Dick Brodie's saying, in dipping into their own pockets to fund some of the core issues.
I think that's a statement, but Gillian?
I'm happy to take the point regarding the trade union's role in policy making within Dumfries and Galloway. Mrs Irvine today is representing the teachers' trade unions on this committee. And if that is the position of the teaching trade unions, then that certainly should be reflected in the joint trade union working that we have and as part of the consultation on these policies, and that certainly has been taken on board. They don't, obviously the teaching trade unions do not represent the non-teaching trade unions, to which your question refers, but certainly we can take that on board with our regular meetings with the non-teaching trade unions who don't have a seat at this committee.
Willie?
Chair, it doesn't give you an indication of what the makeup of the working groups are or the head teacher strategic groups. I take it and grateful to hear from the director that we do give credence to the trade union side and that they are part of these working groups that are established, but they'll be a lot wider, I take it, than just the trade union side. There'll be others on these working groups, and it's the reflection of what Julie brought to the table, her contribution here today, and the further contributions, that we should see these reflected in the reports, perhaps of these working groups that seem to be popping up all over the place.
Gillian?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. It's an interesting point. I would suspect that the working groups are only established where there is work to do, and I would hope they were not popping up all over the place where they weren't required, because clearly pressure on schools is considerable at the chalk face. But it's really important for policy making that we hear from people on the ground, and we're working with people, and John has spent the last year working on the roles and responsibilities in terms of reference of the working group, so we're absolutely clear that we are doing this in partnership with our head teachers. Clearly the trade unions will have positions that we may not always have full agreement on, but their points will be taken on board as part of these strategy groups, and that should there be any concerns, they will be brought to the local negotiating committee for teachers. And we had a meeting earlier on this week. The meetings are always conducted in a collegiate and collaborative manner, and I would hope that our good relationships with the trade unions will continue.
Willie, and we're conscious of coming up to budget setting time as well.
Absolutely, and that was the point I was making. I did not make it. I only referred to Julie bringing it and her valued contribution to the table. And if we have got working groups, and there is one of head teachers, then it would shock me to think that head teachers did not come back with requesting that they needed more of a devolved budget to deal with some of the issues that they are dealing with, and I don't see it reflected in the report. I'm not saying that from the trade union side, I'm saying from these working groups that consists of more than the trade unions, they consist of many others, I'm sure. Head teachers has been referred to here, and I don't see the reflection of head teachers saying that they need more, and yet at all parent councils, that's the message I keep getting.
Well, as I said before, we are coming up to budget setting time, and we will be producing our own budgets. So if we need more money within a particular directorate, then obviously we'll need to allocate that as appropriate. Okay, so finally, Julie, I'm conscious of the time. We've got a lot of the agenda to get through. Julie?
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this one quick. It was just as part of climate action that many primary schools have been taking part in. We've been looking at recycling and the environment, and I know that schools aren't provided with 3 different bins, so schools can't recycle at the moment their plastics, any tins, and it's something that our Eco Committee and school were a bit concerned about. But I noticed schools can pay for an extra bin and uplift. So I just wondered why that is, why schools haven't been given the same as householders and given 3 bins.
Susan?
The first phase of the project for the recycling across Dumfries and Galloway was absolutely about household waste. We are in conversation at the moment with the waste team in terms of that next phase, and bins are being distributed to schools for plastics and for tins. The fact remains that whether it's plastic, tin or general waste, there is a cost to uplift that. What we're working on at the moment is a process of reducing the general waste bins and replacing them with recycling bins, so that this is a cost neutral exercise and that we are encouraging that recycling in school in the same way that we are all recycling at home. So absolutely, the bins, if they're not already in your school, they will be coming very shortly. That programme is underway.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Okay, so if you can move to recommendations. 2.1, approve the new Dumfries and Galloway devolved school management schemes. Primary, including nursery and secondary, is detailed in paragraph 3.3 and 3.10 to 3.14. Approve that, yeah. Can we agree 2.2, the requirement for member training set out in paragraph 3.14 by means of a members' seminar? Yep, seen nodding. 2.3, agree to the publication of the new Dumfries and Galloway devolved school management scheme on the council website. And 2.4, note the changes made to our allocation methodology, etc. Okay, members? Thank you. So if we move on to agenda item 8 on page 321, the school's virtual desktop technology. This is an update for members on the continued rollout of bandwidth upgrades in schools and the start of the rollout of the virtual desktop infrastructure, including Windows 10 in primaries. Graham McAlorum is available to take any bandwidth and technical questions, and Anne Harkness and Susan Martin to answer any questions regarding the rollout programme and users' experience. So Susan and Graham, have you anything to add to your report? Is there any updates, I think?
Yes. Could I offer some updates to members, please, before we start?
Yep.
Thank you. So, since publication of the report in front of members this morning, bandwidth upgrades have continued, and we now, the hot off the press last night figure is that we now only have 5 still to complete. So that's really positive. And those 5, just for clarity, are Sanker Primary, Schuchen Primary, St Joseph's RC Primary, and St Ninian's Primary, and Liswalt Primary. And the reason Liswalt hasn't been done yet is obviously it's subject to a refurbishment at the moment. In addition, we've met with DCMS, who are managing the UK-wide project to consider benefit realisation work of the bandwidth upgrades, and that will obviously feed into the bandwidth upgrades that have been funded by our council as well. So we'll have more to report on the benefits of that investment in due course. We've moved on to the rollout of live virtual environment, which is including the Windows 10 upgrade in primaries and replacement or upgraded devices. This has taken place in an additional 31 schools to those contained in the paper. And a programme is in place for the holiday period and term 2 to continue the rollout. By the end of the October holiday, all Stranraer and Douglas York High School cluster primaries will be rolled out, and all of the Lockerbie cluster except for Lochmaben. However, so that's all positive and all good news, and things are starting to really be delivered on the ground, which is very positive. But we need to note that there's been, in the delivery of this early phase of the project, there's been an issue that was not known around login processes. And this is because of the GLOW and Council Microsoft tenancies, which are different. It was not evident during the final testing phases, but has become an issue during an issue in live environment. The processes do work, but it requires a number of different logins frequently throughout the day, which we don't believe is acceptable for staff and pupils in schools. So we've taken some steps to resolve this. The first one is the most immediate one, and that is that we have deployed the apps that are available from within Glow onto the desktop, onto the physical desktop in the classroom, which means that Teams and OneDrive are now available for staff in the school without logging in through the virtual environment. So that takes away a lot of those additional logins that were required. They will log in only to the virtual desktop at the moment for software. There's software that they are accessing, they'll log in that way to the virtual environment for that. So that's an interim solution, whilst the second point is that we have engaged with Education Scotland, who manage the Glow service, and we have been discussing the linking the accounts in both tenancies to remove the need for the constant re-logging in. This has been well received by Education Scotland, and they're keen to support us in this development, noting that Dumfries and Galloway are at the cutting edge of these developments, and they recognise this is the future of schools IT. The Education Scotland technical team are now in discussions on a resolution with our technical teams, and we are hoping to bring that as a further update to this committee, obviously, as the detail becomes available.
Thanks, Susan. There's obviously a lot of detail in that, so possibly if you send an email out to members just to provide them with an update. So I've got Councillor John Young, Ross Surtees, Jim Dempster, and Councillor Scobie. So, John.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Susan. That was very comprehensive, and you've partially answered one or two of my thoughts. Now, obviously, the login process is a peak time for accessing the school's IT system. And I note that on page 323, 3.15, you talk about support for staff. The implementation of Glow and Teams, etc., seems to be changing, and I'm just wondering how much support ordinary members of staff have in the school to follow the correct processes. I'm wondering if sufficient training of ordinary teachers is taking place to access these pretty complicated systems. For instance, do some classes wait 10 minutes into a period to avoid a sort of beginning of the period log-on rush? Do schools formulate their own policies, or is there a sort of regional policy on how to access these quite complex systems? So I suppose my concern is training of ordinary staff members. And one final quick point, Susan, if you don't mind. Obviously staff, teaching staff and pupils have access to schools' networks. Do learning assistants, classroom assistants also have access to schools' IT systems, or is that a decision made by individual schools? Thanks very much, Susan.
Thank you, Councillor Young. So if I could pick up on the training, yes, absolutely. There is training being deployed to schools. We have a programme where all of our new staff coming into schools as probationers are supported during that induction programme to bring them up to speed with the systems they will be using in school. As part of this rollout, as part of the virtual desktop rollout, what we have is we have our technical teams that are on the ground, and they're there for the duration of the rollout and the immediate future to support schools with any issues they're having with any changes to those rollouts. And moving forward, we have a plan to put in place a programme of sort of professional development for staff to support them in enhancing their use of that technology. It changes so quickly and it develops so quickly that actually that ongoing support and training is absolutely going to be paramount. With the enhanced infrastructure that we have in our schools now, we want to make sure that staff are able to maximise the use of it, and that's very much where we see the focus once the technical delivery is completed. And in terms of your other question, yes, learning assistants do have access to school networks and do have access to that already. Everyone who is a member of staff in a school is automatically given an access to the network.
Thanks, Susan. So I have Ross Surtees.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard anecdotally, and this may not be accurate, and I'm just wondering if my question is relevant to 3.12 on page 322. But I'm hearing anecdotally that young people are using their own data on their devices, and obviously this is a matter of equity, and you know, it's not a satisfactory outcome. Could you confirm that this is happening or is not happening, and what can be done to rectify it if it is happening? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you know whether that is secondary. I'm assuming it's secondary age pupils likely.
Yes, secondary.
Yeah.
Across the region. It's not just my region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm not aware of that being an ongoing issue. However, if you're hearing reports of that, we need to address that. Every school already has a bring your own device network that allows young people to not use their own data, but to use the bandwidth available within the school. So that's disappointing to hear if that's the case, that young people are using their own data during their time in school. So what we can do, take it as a direct action from that observation, is that we will refresh with our schools immediately after the holidays the need to make sure that young people know how to access the BYOD network, so that they're not using their data, they're using the bandwidth available within the site.
Okay, Rose?
Thank you.
Right, thanks. So, Jim Dempster, Jim?
Hey, thanks, Chairman. It was interesting to hear Ross talk about equity. Of the 5 schools that are left to be completed with a broadband rollout programme, Sanker and the pilot scheme is going to be one of the last 5. And I think that's just disappointing. And what I'd like to say, just briefly, Chair, is that I wrote to Graham in June and got a reply on the 18th of June, 4 months ago, and it says the estimated time given by the BT OpenReach engineer to have the work completed by October 2021 in Sanker is inaccurate and would certainly not be acceptable. And yet here we are today. There is no indication in Appendix 1 or any time scale, any exchange or any pressure being put on BT to complete this works. And it's really sad that we find ourselves in this situation. What I'm hoping to get today, Chair, is an assurance from you that I will get an update from Graham or Susan, a message, an email, because I wouldn't expect it to be done now, a timescale, including when works will be carried out and when the completion date is to be. And I would expect an aggressive approach taken by OpenReach to get on site. They've already had 4 months since I wrote to Graham, no indication of when they're going to be. And we've now got a situation where children in a cluster are learning at different levels, because one half of the cluster has access to broadband, the other doesn't. And it's really no helpful, that. So I'd be keen to learn, Chairman, and I think it'd be interesting to know for all of the 5 outstanding projects just when all these things will be coming to fruition, and making sure that we get the type of service and equity across all the school estate. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Graham, Susan?
Chair, if I can come in on that, particularly around the Sanker one, we have experienced very significant delays with OpenReach, providing us with the necessary information about how they're going to do it, whether they have to dig up the footway, what cable runs inside the school, and so on and so forth. We've now got that, and that was sent back probably a fortnight ago. So we still haven't had an installation date from them, but yes, certainly I will go back to them and put as much pressure on as I can to get that date for you. And as soon as I get that, I'll let you know.
Okay, Jim.
Brilliant, that's much appreciated, and thanks, Chair.
So I've got Willie and then Stephen Thompson. Willie?
Thanks, Chair. Can I assure or reassure Jimmy that it's even more disappointing than that 3 of the 5 schools are west of the region and 2 are in Stranraer, which does lead me on to the issue. And I believe that Stranraer Academy had an upgrade, and we don't have the problem at Stranraer Academy. And in conversations I had with OpenReach, Stranraer Academy seems to be okay. But the real issue here, and it's interesting to note the 5 schools, but it's the whole broadband issue. It's not just the schools where the problem, it's kids who are learning at home and who have had to learn at home, and the broadband, particularly west of the region, hasn't been capable of kids getting onto their computer and some of their classwork. And it's that whole broadband west of the region, when is it going to be upgraded and rolled out as we all expected it was going to be as a priority of the council? So in this respect, it's maybe a question of Graham in terms of open reach that Jimmy got the assurance. It's when are we going to see the broadband open up and the kids are not put very much at a disadvantage when they can't access what work out with the school?
Graham?
Chair, I can't give an answer to that directly. A lot of the work associated with the region-wide upgrade of the sort of the core broadband systems is dependent on the Scottish Government rollout. And again, it's I think the due date for it is March 22. But as I say, on individual cases in and around Stranraer, there are certainly issues with the overall capacity in the Stranraer area. And I know that BTR currently working towards increasing that. And that's based on the Stranraer Exchange. It's just about getting more bandwidth into the Stranraer Exchange so that can be distributed to the users. But my understanding is, and the answer I keep getting back from OpenReach and any of the other providers, is that if you have a service with them, they have guaranteed a minimum bandwidth availability to each premise. And I think that comes in at something like 26 meg. And, you know, their response to us is always, well, that should be more than adequate. So if there are if you know of individual premises which don't seem to have that bandwidth, then yeah, I'm happy to take a look at those and go back to OpenReach and ask the question.
Okay, William.
I'm grateful for Graham's response there, and it was more interesting in terms of the Scottish Government and waiting on them. I think in terms of the kids who are disadvantaged, and it is well below 27 megabytes, Graham, is my information, and more to the outlying areas that don't get that kind of broadband feed. But if kids are unable to access some of their core work, then there is a serious concern, and we've got to raise that with the Scottish Government in terms of the rollout. It's not the schools, it's the general rollout where kids have to work from home, or it's past now the majority when we were in lockdown, but there's still that issue that kids can't get onto their computers because of the poor broadband. Now, whether we need that information to support Graham in approaching the Scottish Government, but I think we need to be doing that as an action plan from this meeting.
I think if you take that up with Graham in the first instance, then we'll take it on from there.
Yeah, that's fine, Chair.
Chair, the committee would take it on board, and I can still raise it with Graham, but it's a general issue.
It's noted, Willie. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if it's helpful, but I know we did have a rollout of devices in, I think it was MiFi technology, so that I know it was able to help some constituents in my ward where they didn't have broadband, but they were able to use data signals, and that was provided free. So, and I think schools were involved in the rollout of that. I think there was some issues with supply because of the demand at the time, but I don't know if that's maybe of help, especially in areas across the region where broadband is still in the process of being rolled out. So that's something that can be done now, as far as I know, and maybe get that confirmation from the officers if that's still available, because schools will have a direct idea of who is needing to learn from home and whether or not they have a strong enough signal, broadband or mobile data in order to do that. So maybe that's an immediate solution for members across the region. There's also, I can also vouch for Councillor Surtees' concern about students having to use their own data. I don't know if this is an intermittent issue, but I'd welcome any update on that, which I think the officers endeavoured to give, so that'd be helpful. The other question was just about the rollout of Windows 10. Obviously, like myself, everybody in the chamber will be pleased about the advent of Windows 11, which was rolled out just the other day. So I'm just sort of wondering, in terms of future proofing, I think Windows 10 first came out in 2015, and here we are in 2021. I'm just sort of wondering, are we planning ahead in terms of how we make sure that we don't get caught with a future rollout of Windows 12? Presumably it'll be then across our estate, because the software stops getting supported after a period of time, as the experts will know, and I'm just wondering if that would present issues, and are we future planning for that? Thank you.
Susan and Graham?
Perhaps I can answer the Windows 11 issue. We are currently looking and evaluating Windows 11. What we're beginning to find is that with the Windows 10 infrastructure that we have, and the in-tune methodology that we use to roll out software, the rollout of Windows 11 should be relatively straightforward. It is in effect a software upgrade rather than a new operating system. So we're anticipating that probably mid next year we will look to roll out Windows 11.
Stephen?
Just on the same point before, maybe a bit of detail on the MiFi situation. One of the issues with rollouts of new software, as anybody who has any device probably knows now, is like as your device ages, the new software is no longer able to work on it until you get a newer device. So will that have a knock-on effect for our all the computers, effectively? And is that something we need to take into account as well? Thank you.
Right.
Yes, Chair, it is one of the, it's probably the key issue that we have is about compatibility of devices. And what we're trying to do, as said at the minute, is evaluate Windows 11 across a range of devices so we can better understand which ones we may need to consider replacing or which ones might work with a simple upgrade.
Okay, and the MiFi, Susan?
Yeah, so the MiFi, Councillor Thompson, you're right, that could be a potential short-term solution where we've got young people who need to learn from home, but have not got sufficient bandwidth in their home address. Supply is a bit of an issue for us, and getting our hands on these devices is quite difficult. Everything that we had previously has already been deployed, but what we can do again to offer some assurances to members is remind schools that if they have young people who are isolating or staying at home as a result of COVID, for example, or a classroom closed, that the access to a MiFi unit is possible, and if they can identify the young people who would have that need, we can try and get the MiFi units to them. We have an order in train, but it's not in yet, so we would be reliant on that arriving, and like many other consumables at the moment, that's a bit slower than normal, but absolutely it could be a potential solution that we'll explore.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, so I've got no more people indicate they want to speak. So can we move to the recommendations? Can we note 2.1 and 2.2? Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Okay, so if we move on to item 9 on page 329, the Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2. This report provides members an update on progress made since the last committee meeting of the 22nd of June 2021. The paper shares with members the process of selecting the delivery framework for Dumfries High School with a proposal to bring the outcome to this committee at a future date. And we have Lauren Foss to speak to that. Lauren, is there anything you want to add to your report or update?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points very quickly. In relation to the hubs that are able to support the delivery of Dumfries High School, they have now submitted all their documentation to allow us to review those and look for clarification. And that'll, in terms of a quick update and change of date, that'll take place on the 2nd of November now. in terms of the personnel, I'd also like to share with members that the project management lead was appointed with a start date of the end of November, which only now leaves the position for senior project manager still to be appointed. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Lauren. Members? Dick? Councillor Brodie?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think Dumfries from Lardon Town's gone on very well, but I've asked a number of times how the Learning Towns phases is going for the east of the region and the west of the region. This is something I've raised over the last, well, since the Lardon Town was first mooted for Dumfries, a great thing. And I've continually raised it at meetings and at least twice since the last election. What plans have we got in taking education into the 21st century in Andale, Nestdale, and in Wigtown and the Stuartry? So I'm not going to say that it's a two-tier system or we'll get an inferior system in the east and the west. But what I will say is that in 1974, I became a teacher and an academy. And basically, it's the same education that took place then as is taken now. The kids sit in rows, and the curriculum is still not suited to the needs of all the pupils that attend the secondary schools in Stranraer and in Annan. It's still basically for academic youngsters with those vocational skills, and I think that we have to address this problem. It's a problem which has been identified by the teachers in these schools and by senior managers, especially in Annan. So it's how we address this going forward, and what are we going to? At the last education committee that I raised it, there was a promise that they would look at the education provision east and west and see how we could radicalise it, modernise it, take it forward. So I think before the session of this council finishes, I think we should get a report to the committee. And initially, I would suggest that the education managers engage with local members in these areas so that we can have an initial discussion about it and see what ideas can be brought forward for the next session of the council, so that we're ready to meet the challenges there.
The director's indicating she wants to speak, and I see Jim Brown's also wanting to come in. So, Gillian?
Thank you, and I'm hoping that Jim and I are coming at this from the same approach, because we speak about this regularly. Clearly, the environments for learning are critical, and it's important that our young people are learning in fit-for-purpose buildings. But it is the design of the curriculum to which you refer, and I think that both Jim and I are happy to work through area committee potentially at the forthcoming round of meetings to discuss our plans for reshaping the curriculum. I don't believe for 1 minute that we still have children sitting in rows all day in our schools, and I know that our curriculum has been revised considerably. For example, we have almost 150 young people studying advanced higher subjects across the region remotely. That will be increasing next year as we move the remote learning model of delivery down to other subjects. So things are changing. It's all down to the way we design our curriculum to meet the needs of learners and to meet the needs of local employers. And perhaps Jim may want to add more detail to that.
Jim?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Brodie. And I absolutely agree with your sentiment that schools are places for all our learners, and to describe inclusion without looking at how the curriculum helps that journey is a mistake. I don't recognise what you described then, and I am in agreement with Gillian that that is not what I have seen in schools, either Annan, which obviously I worked in as yourself, Councillor Brodie, or other schools. I think there are situations where youngsters sitting in rows can be the right pedagogy in a certain learning context, but there are other contexts. And I absolutely agree with you about the need to create a vibrant curriculum model across the piece, including, as the director says, the use of new technologies, but also using our partners, for example, the college, where we have very good relations and many young people go, but also within our own learning settings. If we consider now the thousands, literally, actually thousands of qualifications, that we are really broadening our offer to ensure that we have qualifications at all levels. Gillian talked about level 7 qualifications, but from all level qualifications in a wide variety of subjects to ensure that that curriculum model, that curriculum delivery model actually meets the needs of the young people. And I think maybe just to put a final point on that, the UNCRC is a fabulous document that will help us steer that journey by really getting that voice of all young people to understand what it is they want their schools to look like and to deliver.
Thanks, Jim. I see Stephen wants to come to the same point, but perhaps it might be useful to have a members' seminar. I know we're having an awful lot of members' seminars at the moment, but given the areas which we want to cover, then that might be something which we could consider at some point. Stephen? And then I've got David McKee.
Thanks, Chair. It was really just to follow up. I appreciate this is a report here and now about Dumfries Learning Town and basically progressing the works, but I think the principle of that kind of network of learning, I think we have Network East, which I know we'd heard a little bit about over the years, but I think that's maybe something that we could maybe hear more about in terms of how that's working and how that can develop, given the sort of recent opportunities in terms of working with partners for online learning and delivery of courses in different ways. But maybe that would be something especially of interest to Councillor Brodie, obviously as somebody in Annandale and Eskdale, if we could either get a seminar or a report back just outlining across the region how we're delivering network learning. I don't know if that's appropriate or something we could follow up.
I personally think a seminar would be better than a report, because it would enable us to discuss in more detail, and it could cover other aspects of what's been raised in terms of the future of education and the qualifications generally. I appreciate we're getting well off the subject of the paper now, so hopefully, Councillor McKee, you're going to bring us back on track, are you?
Yes, Chair, I won't raise the issues of when I was at school and what it was like then, but it's on the building alarm. The experience we've had over the last number of years with new build, and some of them have been pretty disastrous. Is there any chance that we could get companies, if they get the contract, that they put a fund aside for us to use if we're unhappy with the development when it's finished, supposedly finished?
It's a good question, but from a technical point of view, we don't have that capability. But from a legal standpoint, we have the ability to sign off the quality of the product when it's finished. And if we're not in agreement with the specification, assume it hadn't been met, then we have a legal position where we can look to regain damages. We can look at legal challenge from the contractor to make good any defects. We have almost a warranty period for that product. I think one of the key things that's different this time round, and absolutely we've got all the lessons learned from the Edinburgh schools, from DG1, from the root cause analysis, but we've also gone down a route now where we're selecting a procurement route that's based on what's most advantageous for the council, and a huge part of that will be the quality plan, the quality control part of it. There's no one that's in the position that isn't aware of the history within Dumfries and Galloway, and everyone is aware that this is now like a goldfish bowl for any contractual construction work that takes place. So the quality assurance side of it will be something that's scrutinised way beyond any project that it's ever been to date, but also ensuring that we've got the legal position to challenge a contractor should there be anything wrong with the product at the end of it. So hopefully that provides a little bit of reassurance. I think, I'm not wishing to take us back to the previous discussions in any more detail, but I think it's also worth reminding members that we had a a seminar not too long ago now on the school estate transformational modelling, which was looking at revamping, I guess, the school estate and the buildings and how they can support educational delivery. And that's something that ties in very strongly to the discussions around curriculum modelling and the delivery itself within the schools. So those two tied together might be something to focus on in future.
Thanks very much, Lauren.
Thanks, Lauren. I see from the chat, Jim Brown says he's very pleased to deliver a seminar on network working, and Alistair Young says, yes, there's a lot we can share with members about how we already expand and develop curriculum opportunities and how we hope to move forward. Very happy to share. So, yeah, I think it would be worthwhile setting that up. So getting back to the issue of Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2, can we move to the recommendations? Can we note 2.1, the progress of Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2? 2.2, note the process detailed in section 3.4 around the selection of framework for delivery of Dumfries High School. And 2.3, agree that the outcome of the decision taken regarding the procurement route be shared with members for endorsement at the December Education and Learning Committee. Okay. So moving on to item 10 and being aware of the time. Supporting learners delivering transformation. This is on page 357. And this is to update members on the progress with the Supporting Learners Transformational Programme being undertaken locally as agreed at the Education and Learning Committee on 18th of March 2021. And we have Hugh Smith to speak to this. Hughes, anything you want to add to the report?
Thank you, Chair. I just thought, and I'm conscious of time, but I just thought it would be helpful just to, given the number of questions about additional support, just to remind members and to acknowledge the work that went on during the lockdowns. We know it's been a very disrupted time for our young people with additional supports for all of our children and young people, but the work that continued within the context of risk and safety in terms of supporting children, young people and families with additional needs, including access to the hubs and additional supports going into the hubs, opening up our severe and complex learning centres, gate contacts and visits, and the work that schools did in terms of making sure that there was continued contact and support with those pupils. So I suppose I just really wanted to frame the context that there was a lot of work that went in and some at times quite challenging in terms of supporting pupils with additional supports during the lockdown. So it wasn't an absence over that time in terms of support. It was just a different model that was being delivered.
Thanks, Hugh. I've got Councillors Scobie, McCammon and Drysdale. So, Willie?
Yeah, Chair, I think we had a debate on it when we discussed the annual report, so a lot has been said. Can you not hear me? Thanks, Chair. Aye, we already had the debate under the annual report, but it was interesting, the contribution that Julie Irvin did make, and how the needs are different, and the referral process is exceptionally slow. And then I look at 3.4, and there were others that commented in that discussion as well, where 3.4 points out key to this plan was a visioning and stakeholder engagement process, which is critical to this. And then it goes on in 3.6 to lay out the four key features as indicated to evaluate children, and you heard me speak in terms of how do we evaluate the children. And apologies to Alistair, I named him Ian. It must be the time he's been away for Stranraer that I've forgotten his first name, but apologies, Alistair. But I think in terms of 2.2, what Alistair did say was that he was constantly reviewing it, and I would thank you for the support and efforts that he's put in terms of engagement of the stakeholders, and that we really need to look at how we do evaluate the kids who are coming on, who may not have an IEP, who may not have a current child plan or whatever, but they still are in need of support. And it's really whether we have got sufficient money in the budget to meet that additional need. And rather than it getting less in numbers, I believe that it may be increasing. And we've got to make sure that we've got adequate resources, as indeed the Scottish Education Minister is saying that there will be adequate money made available for kids in need. And I think that we've got to have a process that is efficient and effective to identify these kids and then to produce a care plan that meets their needs against the amount of time that would be required. And equally, there needs to be the money in the budget. Hence 2.2, Chair, that we look for an early report on that.
Thanks, I'm conscious that we've already gone into this in some detail. Hughes, is there anything you want to add?
Not really, Chair. I suppose just I think that Councillor Scobie is absolutely right, and we've had conversations about this in terms of planning. The staged intervention framework, which is attached in this appendices, is absolutely about trying to. We currently have a framework for support, which is a 45-page document. It's quite thick and difficult to get through. We've tried to reduce this into a document that is forward-looking in terms of the approach around transformation and inclusion, but actually is a simpler format as possible for everybody to understand the process by which we identify, assess and plan and review supporting the needs of children and young people, and with an escalation upwards and downwards in terms of making sure that we can meet those needs at the right stage. So I think that this transformation, or we could call it an improvement journey, it's nationally it's absolutely, in terms of Angela Morgan's report and the Scottish Government's commitment to that. But this is fundamentally, I suppose, is to kind of acknowledge that a third of our children and young people are identified with additional support needs in Scotland, as well as in Dumfries and Galloway. So we need to change the approach, and that's about, additional supports, I think, has sometimes become considered as that's where you go if your child has needs. Actually, it's additional to the core support, which is ultimately and will always be is the experience in the classroom. So we're investing in that, in building that experience and the support and confidence of staff to be able to be inclusive, but also making sure that we've got the resources at the right place at the right time to be able to meet the needs for those children whose needs will escalate, because there will always be those children whose needs will escalate. So I would hope that looking at this and looking at the stages, that would provide some reassurance of the direction of travel. But as Councillor Scobie says, absolutely, the engagement with all stakeholders is critical for us in terms of being able to move forward, because we have to build confidence in the model that comes out at the end of this process.
Thanks, Hugh. Jackie McCammon. Jackie.
Thanks, Chair. Hugh, I would like to say thank you very much for all the work that you and your team are doing at the moment, because it is just immense. As you know, you and I had a one-to-one session, and excuse the pun, but it's probably the most educational session that I've had with a council officer since I was elected. So thank you very much for that. Just for the sake of other members, the reason I asked for a session with you is because many parents had come to me in the short time after I was elected with frustrations of the process in assessment for additional learning, and for all different reasons, all ends of the scale. And I appreciate that there is no mould, there's no one mould for every child. And I'm afraid that's still the issue that I'm getting from parents, is the communication of the assessment. And I suppose we chatted about there becoming not a working group as what I think that's the new buzz phrase now, but there is work to be done there. So if a working group was to pop up there, I would be very much willing to get involved, and we did discuss that. Because there's a them and an us. So some parents are not confident to come forward to say, look, my child is still really struggling. What's happening? Where are we in the assessment? Other parents just say, look, you guys are the professionals. They must know what they're doing, which of course you do. But I'm getting so much conflicting feedback from parents of some issues are the same, some children have the same needs, if you like, but there's been different processes. Now, obviously, I don't know the ins and outs of it. But the big frustration is that parents just are not sure where they are in terms of the assessment, which is obviously what I've said. Now, in terms of ongoing work that certain cases may need done in the home environment as well. I'm just interested in, you know, us perhaps creating that team. So parents, carers, teachers, you know, assistant learning teachers, and so on and so forth. Because you said that there was a lot of work going on in that department, and for the sake of the parents that are coming to me and to other people and who may not have come forward yet, I would just really like clarity on what work is going on, because in the report, there's lots in the report. And again, I thank you for the report because it is really detailed. But there's not an awful lot. It pinpricks, yeah, we're going to keep close contact with the parents, but I would like to see a communications plan. Now, I know that the communications plan will be different for every case, but it's just so that I have the information when the parents come to me to say, well, actually the basics are this is not happening, you go to this person. So I would just really like an update following on from our conversation. If there's not one, you know, that's fair enough, but I'm sure you'll have the reasons for it. But it's just so that I can be confident that I can take forward what I know coming from you guys at the top, really, and to reassure parents that their kids are getting the best care possible. Thanks.
Hugh? Hugh, you're muted.
Apologies, Chair. I'm the first one as well today, so apologies for everyone. Absolutely, you know, I would recognise that or acknowledge that it's a very challenging times in terms of some of our usual approaches around assessment and engagement with individual pupils and in the home and in the school setting are still we're still getting back on track, I suppose, in terms of how we would normally apply those approaches. For me, the purpose of the stages of intervention, one of those critical bits is that, and this is where the work of Vanessa Morris as our parental engagement officer has been absolutely exceptional in terms of looking at this document and saying, does this make sense to a parent? How does a parent navigate what sometimes can be quite the byways and highways in terms of being able to secure for them the confidence that the plan that is in place is the right plan for their child. And sometimes it's as much about securing the confidence as us doing anything different. So I suppose for me is that for us, we have a parental engagement survey that's kind of in its final, and it will be at this point in time, it will be a Teams form that will be accessible, but that will then generate for us the engagement sessions that we will then probably virtually, but we wait guidance, which will give us that opportunity to therefore have that real conversation between all parties and all stakeholders, together and separately, giving people the opportunity to feel safe to communicate their needs. But I suppose I'm saying that's for the that's our process, and that's coming in after the October break. The individual circumstances and absolutely, you know, I think that communication plan in terms of so standards around expectations, around responses, and just that updating. I think that's an area that has some initial feedback has been around that we need to be clearer about. Well, when do I ask? When's the assessment arriving? I haven't heard anything. When do I chase the school up, or should I have to chase those sorts of questions? So I absolutely take the councillor's point, and absolutely, sorry, she's on my list of people to be involved in the process after the October break, and would be very keen to continue to build that opportunity to work with her and look at this going forwards.
Thanks, Hugh. So I've got Pauline Drysdale and Stephen Thompson. Pauline?
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Hugh. Thanks for your report. Jackie's heard from a lot of the teachers and, the parents, and I have actually in the community over the last week or so been hearing from the support teachers. So I hope you don't mind if I could just ask a few questions, Hugh. I'll be brief. So we're hearing teachers, support teachers, and possibly parents and carers are being involved in transformational change. But no one seems to have too much of an idea at the moment as to what that looks like, Hugh. Not even the senior managers, in fact. So if it's the additional funding for the 28 teachers recruited as per the workforce development in 3.8 of the report, I believe they're going to be helping our teachers and support teachers. Could this possibly be better communicated in some way? That's my first question. Next point is that the support for learning staff are being told they're important and valued, but can say there's no funding for CPD and no access at present for valid and up-to-date assessments, which is often making the service offering extremely challenging. And I do think it's time that this system changed. So if that's possible, I know that might cost, but I think it's important. And finally, Hugh, point 3 with 2 questions. Support staff in some areas currently feel somewhat undervalued and they do need protected. If the promise is to be rolled out across our authority, how will this be done without any budget? Again, difficult, I know. Should principal teachers be promoted to manage and implement this? Will it not add to their already overstretched workloads? So just to surmise, it's all of our vulnerable children and our other children who are going to suffer. And it's crucial to protect and support our learning teachers, many of whom are outstanding in their role. Therefore, going forward, if possible, I'd like to request a report at the next Education Committee as to what exactly this transformational change is, and will it be rolled out and communicated clearly to all involved? So that is teachers, support teachers, pupils and parents and carers, alongside the update we'll receive from the ASLIG report we'll receive in 2022. Thanks very much.
Hugh?
Thank you, Councillor Dreiser. I'll try and capture a few of those things, but I suppose first and foremost, you're absolutely right. And I guess it's about us getting our ducks lined up before we're able to communicate that. And part of the challenge around transformation has been, it is very much expectation from the Angela Morgan's report that we co-produce that solution. So that is us working together. So it has left, I think, an absence in terms of right at the core is what does that look like? We don't know what it looks like yet. What we do know is that we have some significant challenges in terms of that we have a third of our children with additional supports, and yet at times it can still feel that that's a separate response. Actually, that what we're looking at in terms of transformation is that shift for all. So that actually the inclusion, so that UNCRC, so that the promise, so the expectations for all, including that group of children and young people with additional support needs. And we'll always know there'll be some that will need very specialist provision. In terms of of staff feeling, I tried to acknowledge at the beginning, but the amount of work that has taken place over the last 2 years, in a context of it's one of the most difficult jobs I think that we ask anybody to do in our council. Constantly, the under significant pressure in terms of trying to meet young people's needs in a world where their needs can be changing and every day they can be coming in and presenting in different ways. It's the nature of the business, and thankfully we have so many people who are committed to the cause in Dumfries and Galloway. But you're absolutely right. The investment, I think, over the last probably 5-10 years has not been there in terms of that capacity building, the CPD, and that's why I'm incredibly grateful that we've been able to secure some of the 28 teachers that are coming to additional teachers coming to authority, and I have hopes for future tranches that are coming in as well, in terms of being able to create that resource that can invest in our staff, that can give them the skills, not give them the skills, can value them, create the opportunities for them to absolutely to step back and reflect on their practice and to make changes, or to acknowledge how good the job they're doing. So I think that these are all strands that are coming together. But I think you're absolutely right. At the centre, we haven't really nailed what that looks like, because there's a part of that as co-production. But I know there is work at the moment which will, and I think by February, when we've done some of the engagement, we will be able to come back to members with, I think it's February or January, sorry, with a much more detailed kind of understanding of what we're trying to achieve based on engagement. But in the interim, I am conscious that there is some gaps in knowledge and understanding about what transformation is. I keep talking about transformation, people look at me blankly as well. So I acknowledge that there's a lot of work to do, but it's really exciting work, I think. And, and for me, that's been sort of in this role for quite a while, and the annual challenges, actually, this is an opportunity for us to reset what education looks like and actually bring in to the fold the needs of all those young people that sometimes I think it's been more of an extraction model than an inclusion model. Sorry, rather long-winded, but I hope that kind of covers your questions.
Thanks, Hugh.
Yeah.
Stephen?
Cheers. If I just come back in, or you need to move on?
Quickly.
Yeah, just say thank you very much for that, Hugh. I totally take on board your points, and it does make it clearer. So can I just make sure that you'll communicate between now and February to the support teachers, because I think there's just a bit of anxiety just now. And if they're communicated with regards to this, then you're not going to get people leaving, and we need everyone we've got at the moment. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair, for letting me back in.
Okay, so Stephen, then we'll move to the Stephen, then Jim. Jim, do you want to come in now? Jim Brown.
That's thoughtful of you, Chair. Thank you for that. Very much, very grateful to Hugh for his comments. Absolutely put it better than I could do. Councillor Drysdale, thank you very much indeed for those comms as well, and that's really helpful to get the voice you're hearing. I think voice is the key word here. Hugh articulated that obviously the part of this is ducks lined up. We have a real ambition, which many of you have talked to me about and support us with. This is all about, as Angela Morgan says, getting it right for some of our most vulnerable youngsters. In order to do that clearly, and this is not just about UNCRC, it's about a human approach to try that we need to listen, and we need to not simply articulate what we believe solutions might be, but to genuinely listen to people's experiences. That obviously is a mandated process, and you'll see Hugh's put the signed mandate in there. And what I will be doing with different members of the team, because this is a big and complex piece of work, ensuring that everyone's had the opportunity to be heard with such an important piece of work that, as Hugh says, a third of young people. But equally, we should all have an opportunity to put our thoughts on the table here. That's a big, complex piece of work to get that consultation done. And so I will certainly be, as you suggested, Councillor Drysdale, coming back. We'll be talking to our staff, absolutely, but coming back to articulate with you exactly what that will look like in practice. This is not something we want to rush or to do in anything other than an absolutely thorough way, and you've absolutely got my commitment to doing that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jim. So I've got Stephen Thompson and Councillor McComb. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. The thing that sort of burrowed into my mind from earlier today is the idea of, or the image of children sitting in rows. So I'll just put that there as a wee place marker. But I think it's building on the back of Councillor McCammon's point, I suppose, or the sort of position she was putting out, which is almost like about how communication's working and the experience of parents and carers in relation to their learners as to where they are in the landscape of support. So there is something about maybe a "you are here" image that I have where, while we go through a period of transformation and hearing everybody's voices and being inclusive, taking all into account, you're still left with a landscape that's either the same or different, and you still need to know where you are in it. And that's kind of the sort of the current that runs through from before to after to the future. So when this comes back, because that's what we're being asked to look at here, the report that comes back to this committee, will it have a, I don't know if a flow chart's appropriate, or a kind of a map of services, or so that any given person in need of a service knows where they are in the process, knows how long they have to wait, knows who's the lead person is. And that was touched on earlier about how long should I wait before I get a response, or who's meant to be giving me the response, or are they waiting on another service to come back to build something into the plan, or a specialist, etc. Because it's a very confusing landscape, and if it's changing, you still need a map to kind of know where you are. So I suppose the plea is, rather than the children sitting in rows and the lines of prose on the page, is there an illustrative way we can see, because communication, if you sort of follow Shakespeare's model, is like you say the same thing about 4 times in different ways. So you kind of maybe want to see a visual one, a verbal one, a written one, but ultimately the learner and the parents need to have a way of understanding the same message, or understanding the landscape in a way that fits with their needs. So could I ask for that maybe to be considered? Thank you.
Hugh?
Absolutely, Councillor Thompson. I think you're right. In a period of change, that the risk is that the business still needs to go on, and people need to understand their place in that. I'll have to go away and maybe come back to you outside of this meeting, if that's possible, just to kind of think through that a little bit more. But I think anything that can aid our families in terms of navigating the process and give some service standards around expectations, I think will be a step forwards, and I would anticipate would be part of the outcome. But in that interim, when we may be in a bit of flux, the business carries on, we still need to be able to make sure that everyone has confidence in the supports their children are having. So absolutely keen to pick that up. What that will actually physically look like, I'm not sure, but they would be happy to contact Councillor Thompson just to have a further conversation about that, if that would be helpful. It would be for me.
Okay, thanks you. Okay, so finally, Councillor McCormick, and then we'll move to the recommendations. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, Hugh, in relation to 3.8. The funding which has been announced, is that year-on-year funding for the 1,000 teachers?
Councillor, I'm not. My understanding is it's part of the first 100 days commitment, and therefore my understanding is it's rolling funding. But I would need to defer to my colleagues, John or Jim, in terms of being able to confirm that.
Jim, do you have an update, or John? John.
Yes, Councillor McCormick, I can confirm that funding is year on year, and there will be an additional resource allocated to Dumfries and Galloway Council, and there is an anticipation that will increase over the next 2 to 3 years, certainly in the time of the current Parliament, to fulfil the government's commitment to that.
Thanks for that, John. Second question, is it a net increase of 28 teachers?
John again, I think.
Yes.
Right, so there are most 28. So, and final question.
We didn't hear the final question, Jim.
Sorry. Are these all support teachers?
John?
So again, thanks for letting me back in there, Chair. Councillor McCormick, they are not. I mean, it's an allocation of additionality that's coming in through the government's pledge as part of their commitment and the 100-day commitment to increase resources. And part of that was the cost of the school day. Part of it was the instrumental tuition, free music tuition as well. So the teacher numbers, the increase in teacher numbers is over and above normal formula. It will be built into a normal JE entitlement for Dumfries and Galloway Council, and it's there for the local authority's decision to decide how best to utilise that additional resource. And clearly we've identified that within support for learning, to build that capacity is a significant area of work that's been progressed through the transformation theme. And so therefore some of that allocation will go towards supporting learners, some of it will go to other areas of support for the council, support for education. And for example, I'll give a very clear example. We're looking at the health and well-being of staff, and so therefore we're looking to deploy 2 members of staff to support the health and well-being of staff, to ensure, as the director said earlier on, that we are very much carefully managing staff absence, making sure that we're putting the right supports and resources in place to ensure the well-being and support staff back to the workplace if there are any sort of longer term absences as well. So we're looking at all our key sort of areas, and the allocation of that resource will be to target those.
Thanks for that clarification, John.
Okay, thanks, John. Okay, so if we move to the recommendations, can we note 2.1, activities which have been carried out, and 2.2, to receive a further report to the Education and Learning Committee in early 2022. Okay, thank you. So, agenda item 11 on page 377, transformation update, partnerships and school management arrangements. Members will recall that the education transformation events held in 2019 identified 2 broad areas to be progressed, namely core curriculum and delivery in school models. This report presents members with an update on the progress of education and learning on the theme on school models as agreed by Education and Learning Committee on 3rd November 2020, the Education and Learning Committee on 22nd of June 2021. Members agreed to receive a report on the financial implications and mitigations for the implementation of the agreed revised partnership arrangements following the application of the strategic framework. This report provides members with a cost-neutral approach to ensure the principles of the agreed strategic framework are implemented in the schools which are not yet partnered can now be partnered. It also ensures that further schools which are currently in a 3-way partnership can be reduced to a 2-way partnership, one of the principles of the strategic framework. And we have John Thin to speak to this. John, is there anything you want to add to it?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm aware of time. However, I would appreciate just a few minutes just to run through, for members' benefit, just a little bit of the backstory on this one, if that's okay. So yeah, and it very much talks across to the work that Hugh's been describing in the previous paper in terms of that transformation approach and the clarity around about the messaging and the communication and how we make sure that we're going in the same direction. So, as you highlighted, Chair, this is linked to the transformation theme of school models, which, as we know, Education and Learning Committee, as you alluded to in November 2020, agreed, this committee agreed that the review of primary school partnership arrangements, as agreed in March 2020, has progressed as expected by the transformation programme. And then in March 2020, if we can remind ourselves, this is quite an important aspect of this, Education and Learning Committee noted, as one of the recommendations, noted the changes to the organisation of Dumfries and Galloway Council's primary schools since 2013. Now, that was an important date to highlight because in 2013, some members may recall, at that point, we brought a paper through committee called the Cluster Working Review, where we took a very clear transformation activity, although it wasn't necessarily called transformation in the day, to partner our smaller schools, the schools of less than 150 pupils, for very clear and very good reasons. And those reasons were, and I would like to reiterate those reasons, that we wished at that point to create non-class committed head teachers. Fundamentally, that remains a key component of any updated review, and partly, well, that was really in terms of the fact that we had a number of our head teachers who were finding the challenges of the job difficult, but also the fact council-wide we were paying significant salary for head teachers to be teaching for most of the week, and that wasn't using the leadership capital and capacity that we could have and maybe should have been doing. We also, like many rural local authorities at that time, had significant recruitment challenges for head teachers into rural areas. And so this allowed us to reduce the amount of head teachers. It was not a cost-cutting exercise, I hasten to add, but it did allow us to reduce the amount of head teachers. And we continue to be able to recruit to all of our partnership schools. And many members in the room today have been part of those appointment panels over the last 7 or 8 years. It was also important to continue to create career development and succession management pathways, and by creating the role of a principal teacher, that allowed the stepping stone for leadership activity for our principal teachers to move into more senior leadership pathways. And again, we've seen a very high success rate with principal teachers then moving into head teacher positions. And then some of the more softer areas, I suppose, were round about the support for the opportunity for curriculum for excellence. It allows our young people to network with other children in a partnership school. Clearly, that's been accelerated with the advent or the increased technology that we now experience. We did wish to consider the transition for our young people going into secondary schools. Again, these young people were coming from smaller schools, and how could we support them into secondary schools better? We absolutely focused on continuity of learning and teaching. And again, it was to try and reduce the amount of teachers that were in front of children on a day-to-day basis. And because the head teacher, for example, was teaching, then they had their support teacher, then they had their non-class contact teacher, then they had their specialist teacher. The children were seeing quite a number of teachers. And that, again, has been a very, very beneficial approach, benefit to that. Susan's paper earlier on, again, talking about budget flexibility. Now, whilst that has been slightly more challenging, it has allowed greater budget flexibility, in particular when we look at some of those more devolved areas, such as pupil equity funding. It's allowed schools to look in the round at the young people and being able to benefit those young people. And ultimately and fundamentally, it was to ensure that we kept our small schools open. And that has been, on the whole, successful. However, and there is the however, and this is really why this paper is a critical paper. Since 2013, we have seen a change. We continue to see changes in our demographics. We continue to see changes in our school roles. We see continued pressures in some schools in terms of increased roles, and in other schools we see quite significant decline. And so this paper, as members will remember, was to allow us to ensure that we were able to manage the situation of an ever-evolving, and it will continue to evolve, and this will now link into Laren's paper, to allow us to consider, as we move forward with transformation activity, to be able to manage our schools schools, and by that I mean the management of our schools, better, without having to come back to members at committee every single time there is an incremental change. So members will remember over the last 7 years, 8 years, Cullen Primary School lost its partner because Mooseville School closed. Carsfairn School is currently mothballed, and we will obviously be bringing a paper back after the Christmas recess, actually Christmas break, to begin the statutory consultation for that particular school. So things change all the time, and this paper was to allow members to see those changes and to understand any sort of changes to the management arrangements. So the paper was brought, and members have agreed to the change of that 150 to the 100, and that's that consistency of 100. So it's not about every year changing. You know, it's 105 this year. Does that mean they're partnered or not partnered? It's 95, and we would bring that back to members' attention, and we will bring a paper back every December committee to ensure that members are cited on the school rule fluctuations, because that will be a very clear interest to members, I think, at that particular time of year. So it allows us to do the census and to update the figures, and members will see any changes and potential impact on those schools that are sit within their wards. We continue to hold the view that we should have no class committed head teachers. We absolutely need to play our part on the climate emergency, and so therefore, again, one of the key principles was to try and reduce the amount of travel distance between our schools as much as we possibly could. Again, we understand that has been slightly better supported because of the technology we now have available, in our schools. However, there is a need for schools, for head teachers and potentially staff to travel between schools, and indeed sometimes for the children as well. We need to be able to adapt if a school closes. We agreed that we should limit partnerships to 2 schools only, and we would not necessarily be restricted to the one cluster. Again, schools are much more au fait and much better rehearsed, if you like, in terms of transition arrangements for our young people. So having it just within one cluster sometimes created a false barrier, and members agreed that we could remove that. So members agreed that we would apply that across our school estate, and when we did that, we moved from 61 head teachers to 65 head teachers. So that simple mathematical application, scientific application or objective application, meant that we moved from 61 to 65, which in Appendix 1 demonstrates that that would provide a budget pressure for the service of approximately £350,000, which is clearly not, in the financial climate we're in, palatable. So we have provided members today with a phased application, which actually, with the way that it was done, allowed us to actually have an additional head teacher because of the way that the partnerships have been divided, and because we were able to then ensure that we addressed in the first instance, and I think I can't remember which section in my report it's in, but ensure in first instance that we were able to address the schools that weren't currently partnered, bring them into the partnership arrangements. But of course, any cause creates consequence. So as you do one part of the jigsaw, it obviously impacts. And we've tried to limit that as best we possibly can, but clearly to try and address those key principles that members have already agreed. So, as I said before, and I'll nearly finish here, Chair, we would only bring back, we'd change things as and when one of the triggers occurred. And the triggers, as we've already agreed, are the closure or mothballing of a school. Clearly, members would need to be cited on that, and that may require us to change the management arrangement for that school. We didn't have a policy, we didn't have a procedure in place before. Members have now agreed to that process. If a head teacher departed, if there are significant head teacher recruitment challenges, if we continue to have teaching head teachers, if there's an annual reduction of school roll of greater than 20 or equal to 20%, if over a period of time the overall roll maintains either less or above 100 pupils, or if the 3-year change is over 20%. So those are the triggers that would highlight to us as officers, and we would bring that back to members' attention. So, in conclusion, Education and Learning Committee, we're asking today that we agree with to progress on a cost-neutral basis with no additional financial impact on the Council, to proceed with the initial implementation plan, which is critical to the success of this, because the plan which we've outlined for members will involve significant engagement activity with our school communities. So elected members, ward members will be absolutely involved in those conversations. We will involve our staff clearly and our head teachers, and clearly our parent councils as well. this will be part of our engagement process. One thing that has been missed from the implementation plan is probably also engagement with the Roman Catholic Church, because we understand that 2 or 3 of the schools potentially will be impacted, and I'm glad that Anne Barber's actually in the call today. She's in the meeting today as well, so it's good to see that. So we'll move from 29 partnerships to 31. And it will be, as I said before, on that implementation. The implementation plan itself has already in train, I think was the phrase that was used earlier. We have obviously had to commence with the Short Life Working Group. The working group have involved trade union colleagues, head teacher colleagues, and that will expand and continue. And it will continue to operate until December 2022. That's critical because in December 2022, we will bring back to members the tracking of the pupil population in our schools. So members will be very cited on what's happening within their schools, and that will allow any conversations to be had once we bring that information back. Finally, key messages are these changes will have no negative impact on the learning and teaching experience of pupils. Head teachers will have more dedicated time to be strategic managers, and that's critical because if we take head teachers away from a 3-school partnership and move them into a 2-school partnership, they've clearly got more time to be strategic leaders within their communities, and overall it's to improve the quality of the children's experiences. Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the extra time on that.
Thanks, John. That's been a very useful roundup of events to bring us to this. So I've got a number of speakers, Anne Barber, Stephen Thompson, Willie Scobie, Richard Brody, Julie Irvin and Ross Surtees. So first of all, Anne.
Thank you, Chair. This is my first time with a submission to the committee, so please bear with me. As a representative of the Catholic Church on this committee, I'm required to raise various concerns that the Church has concerning the proposed arrangements. I request that these concerns are recorded in whatever manner is deemed necessary for further consideration. I can provide a copy of this submission to facilitate this. As members and officers will be aware, the position of Catholic schools is safeguarded in law. The 19 Education Scotland Act brought Roman Catholic schools into the state system, but retained their distinct religious character, access to schools by priest, and the requirement that school staff be acceptable to the Catholic Church. Further, it is present practice throughout Scotland that, quote, in light of church doctrine and current guidance from the Catholic Education Commission, the Bishops' Conference of Scotland insists that, as a minimum requirement, the posts of head teacher or principal, deputy head teacher or deputy principal, and teacher of religious education are to be filled by practising Catholics. This is obviously in order that the head teacher of the school and the other posts are capable of leading the faith ethos of the school. This requirement should be part of the job specification for jobs in Catholic schools. At present, the primary schools of St Teresa's Dumfries and St Columba's Annan each have a Catholic head teacher. St Teresa's at present is a standalone, St Columba's is in partnership with Bridekirk. As the new arrangements stand, all 3 schools, that's St Joseph's Stranraer as well, will be subject to changes in management. I understand from discussions with the head teachers that no decision has been made overall as to how the head teacher and principal teachers' jobs in the new partnerships will be allocated. As far as I can see, but I will be corrected, this is not stated at any point in the information provided for this meeting. As I understand it, this means that for all the schools involved in this new framework, Catholic and non-Catholic, the head teachers and the principal teachers already in post will be, in effect, applying for the jobs they hold with no promise of continuity. Specifically, the Catholic head teacher of St Columba's could be appointed to a post in Cumbertrees, Hodham or Bridekirk. This possible rearrangement of staffing could result in the appointment of a teacher who is unable to fulfil the legal requirements for the head teacher of a Catholic school. This same argument is valid for both the St Teresa's and Holywood proposed arrangement and the St Joseph's Kirkpatrick arrangement. The Catholic Church will not agree to the removal of an approved Catholic head teacher and their replacement by someone not approved for the post. However, the Church wishes to work with the Council to solve these problems. I would therefore request a meeting with the Director of Education, the Chair of the Education and Learning Committee, the Bishop or his representative, a representative of the Scottish Catholic Education Service, myself as Church representative, and a current primary Catholic head teacher to discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. John or Gillian?
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to coordinate a meeting. I remember well in 2013, as members of this committee will, that we worked closely with the Roman Catholic representatives in order to have a working document, because there are different models in the 3 partnerships that you referred to. There are different models of management, but ensuring at its core the agreement and assurance of the Roman Catholic Church in the management arrangements of those 3 partnerships. So sometimes the mists of time have passed since 2013, but if we can use that as a starting document for our discussions, and I'm happy to coordinate and host that meeting at the earliest convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Gillian. Okay with that, Anne? So we have Stephen Thompson. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so, I mean, I suppose there's a couple of things that's already been mentioned there by Anne, but I've been asked effectively to make representation at this committee because this, on the surface, the language sort of puts it forward as a proposition, but it could be read as a confirmation that this is what's going to happen in order to implement the plan, if you like. Now, I understand the arguments for that kind of equity of provision across the region. However, I think it would serve us well to take into account the needs of the particular local school communities, as has been touched on already from the previous speaker. But I think there's the issue about, are we engaging or consulting, which is a sort of a common theme, because the schools in Annandale and Eskdale that are listed here in 3.5, obviously there's changes there that parent councils in their involvement in appointing or playing a role in appointing head teachers it doesn't appear where they're going to fit into the process of reappointing the new head teacher, and clearly there's complexities about that, as we've just heard. So what assurances can the parent councils get that they will be properly included, and is this a proposition where there's going to be a potential alternative outcome, or is it a confirmation that these are going ahead? Thank you.
John?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Thompson, and your points are really well made, actually. And in terms of the paper itself, absolutely will be, if members agree to the recommendations, then it is a confirmation that this is about progress, because already the principles, if you like, the strategic framework's been agreed, and what we as council officers have done is applied that and provided members with that updated information on a cost-neutral basis to ensure that we have got that parity and equity across all of our schools. We will absolutely engage with parents as part of that implementation plan to ensure that they are cited and have a full involvement on the head teachers who will be their potentially new head teacher or potentially not. However, I think it's important, the first part of it, and it's part of the implementation plan, is that we speak to the head teachers. And clearly we couldn't have done that work until we brought this to committee, because otherwise we would have literally set hundreds of hairs running and people would have said that this is a fait accompli. My job today is to bring the recommendations and the update to committee based on what's already been agreed. This is now in front of members, and the plan will now be to engage with those communities who potentially will be impacted, bearing in mind that we do have 98 primary schools, so this is not all of our primary schools. And if there was any further consultation required, then we'd either be consulting on 2 things: consulting on a member decision that's already been made, viz. the strategic framework, or indeed whether a school did or did not want to be partnered, or indeed wanted to be partnered with somebody else. Now that's a different conversation that we need to be had, and we need to bring a paper back to committee with a mandate for consultation, because we'd have to consult with all 98 schools at that point.
Willie?
Thank you, Chair. And from conversations I've had with your Vice Chair, then my understanding this was not for confirmation. but I see Ross is down to speak anyway. So that would be my first point. In terms of what John gave as an addition to the paper, he did say that in dates that the agreed transformation update of 2020, but that was with consultation, not engagement. Consultation and engagement are two different things. So they are. So that was clearly, and I've made it at each meetings I've been at, it was with consultation, because John referred to again, and perhaps selective in his dates. Let me add a few more. In 2013, there was extensive consultation, and Gillian referred to it. And I well remember it, and the agony, the extensive conversation there were with parent councils. And again, that's the reason for saying any change to a school community has upsetting effects. But what John didn't mention in a date was 2016, when St Joseph's was then proposed to partner with Kirkham School. And the Roman Catholic Church always has reserved its rights, as Anne has referred to, in terms of the 1918 Scotland Act. And again, from what I heard from Anne, they are doing the same again. And we have learned no lessons from 2016 from the upset we caused to a number of communities then, and we're doing the same again by not having that consultation with the schools that we're talking about change. Because in 3.7, it refers to Belmont and St Joseph's as a partnership. That wasn't a partnership from 2013. That was created in 2011, 10 years ago, when the then Director of Education, Colin Grant, we couldn't find a head teacher to fill the post as the head teacher for St Joseph's. And it was a convenience that was created between Belmont head teacher and St Joseph's, and the Belmont head teacher happened to be a Roman Catholic at that time. And again, there was extensive consultation with the parent council of St Joe's then, and they always reserved their right that when the time was right, that they would go out to advertising for a head teacher. And from what I hear from Anne, that has remained the same and remains the same to this date. So we haven't learned any lessons in terms of consultation, because my understanding, John, and I asked the director yesterday, I understand there was a working group established of head teachers and the trade union side to discuss this. Now, if we're going to go, and this is the pop-up working groups that I referred to, this is affecting so many schools, both east and west. And already, there is no school there that hasn't been in touch with me to say they are not in favour of what they see before them. And they want to be consulted. And I would have to say, put forward that that is exactly what we should be doing. If we're about transformational change and update, we need to be going out and consulting with any school that is involved in any kind of change like this, and not leaving it to working groups or anything, but adopting the same position we adopted in 2013, not by engagement, but proper consultation. So in that respect, I would move that we note the detail in paragraphs 3.4 to 3.8 and to engage, to move forward and have full consultation with any school involved in any change. I would so move, Chair.
Willie? John, do you want to come down?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Some really important points in there, and I'm trying to note them as I'm going. So, yeah. So just to go back, just to try and go through the points that you've raised this afternoon now. So in terms of the engagement and consultation, I was very clear at last committee that we were not going to consultation, and I'll come back to that point again. So if there's a misunderstanding of language, I apologise for that, but I recall that I was clear it was about engagement moving forward. In 2013, when the Cluster Working Review was undertaken, some schools did not get partnered. Some schools simply didn't, for whatever reason, and were not part of that cycle. Now, I'm not going to go back over all the history books. My role as Head of Education for Learning and Resources is to ensure that I manage the resources that we have in our schools as fairly and equitably as we possibly can. And we clearly have an inequitable system at the moment, and we need to address that. And so, therefore, this paper has been brought through for members' approval in terms of trying to bring that strategic framework together to allow that consistency to be applied, no matter when and where, if you like. It's the same set of principles that we apply. That then takes the very close to service decisions away from members, because they don't then require to have to be involved at that level of detail, because there's already a system being agreed for that. In terms of upset and effects, I would somewhat disagree with your statement that actually it does cause upset, and it provides opportunity, it provides equity, it provides more time for head teachers to take on that leadership role. There is nothing changing for the children. We must remember this. Fundamentally, this does not propose any changes. We're not taking their teacher out of the classroom or their learning assistant away or whatever. There are no changes for the children. So in terms of upset and effect, my role, again, as Head of Education for Learning and Resources, is to ensure that the right resources are in the right place at the right time on a fair and transparent manner. And ultimately, it's about the impact on the young people. There will be no impact on the young people. In 2016, you're correct, and actually we did have a mandate at that point from members that we actually did not require to bring back further arrangements and changes to arrangements with our schools. But we also had a very clear statement at that point that we needed to keep a really close eye on our triple school partnerships, because we understood that they were... There was a lot of pressure on the head teacher to try and meet the demands of the three schools, the three separate parent councils, parent committees, etc., parents' nights, school events, etc. And in some respects, we've worked with our head teachers of our three school partnerships, and some have benefited from some additional support and some additional funding to try and allow them to operate. Again, the question is open to members: is that fair and equitable that we're able to provide further resources to some schools to allow them to function as they currently are? The Belmont and St Joseph's one, I totally agree with you. I think that was a marriage of convenience at the time, and it's worked out really, really well. But long term, is that the solution we want? And that's why we have made the proposal that we put forward, that actually that allows... This is the opportune time for us to look at St Joseph's again, and I echo the Director's comments, and absolutely we will engage with the Roman Catholic Church and the parent councils to make sure we get the right solution for that school moving forward. We have to remember we've also got another marriage of convenience 25 miles away in Newton Stewart with Penningham and St Ninians, where we don't have a Roman Catholic head teacher managing, but we do have principal teacher in that school. So we're not equitable again across all of our schools in terms of how we manage that. And again, that was with agreement with the Roman Catholic Church at the time. Can I just highlight very briefly on the Short Life Working Group? The Short Life Working Group have looked at it as a... And again, as I said before, it's involving the trade unions, it's involving head teacher colleagues who may or may not be impacted. And actually, it was important to have those who were not necessarily potentially going to be impacted. They haven't seen the paper in its form. They've seen it as part of the pre-governance stage, but they've not seen it as part of the paper, because it would be unfair on head teachers writing or supporting the writing of a paper which may have a direct impact on their employment status, or their employment, not their status, but their employment. So they have very much worked through a set of principles and not suppositions, but almost what would happen if this, what would happen if that was the case. And we've had to work through some of that, you know, to try and get to some level of assuredness that we could manage this and what the impact of to staff would be. And it's not just head teachers that may be impacted. It may be principal teachers, and indeed it may be other staff that support in schools, class teachers, learning assistants, clerical staff, for example. They may all be impacted in any changes to management arrangements, because they may have a new boss, for example, and what does that mean for them? So we absolutely need to make sure we speak to everybody, and that's why the Short Life Working Group were not instrumental in writing the paper. The paper was written by senior officers in order that we could continue to maintain it based on the decisions that the committee have already made. And I think the last point is probably the same point I made to Councillor Thompson, is if we were to go back out to consult, it would be really interesting to know what we'd be consulting on. Are we consulting on the fact that a school does or does not want to be partnered, or is it about which partnership they want to be in, or is it about the set of principles that have already been agreed by committee? So I suppose I'm just asking that question because I'm not quite clear about what we would be consulting back on. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, if I could come back, and the reason I raised the working group is there was no elected members involvement there, and any change or anything that happens to a school, then it does affect the elected member, and they're the first to hear from the parent council. So that's the reason I'm making that point, in that it maybe would have benefited from an elected member input in the working group. Can I address the issue of upset number of communities, school communities? That's a fact, and it was, you know, demonstrated in the consultation process that went through in 2013, because they were unsure of trio or duo or partner with any other school, and they were sceptical of the trio. The trio has worked in the west of the region, and therefore they're now seeing that that's going to be disaggregated. So in that respect, consultation is essential, not engagement by handing them a fait accompli, as this paper, if it's agreed, would be doing. Then it would be engagement around the sides. So it did affect upset the communities then, and it's doing the same again in the change that's being put forward, and all the different aspects of what's suggested in from 3.5 to 3.7. So in that respect, that's why I still hold to them, my motion, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Willie. I've got Dick Brodie, Julie Irving and Ross Surtees. Dick?
Thanks, Chair. Notwithstanding the need for consultation, and because it's better to bring schools and communities along with us rather than imposing some of that, I think it's a broadly positive proposal. It's said that there's not going to be any learning impact, but if we don't introduce it properly, then there could potentially be a negative impact on people's learning. This is the most unstable year of schools ever through the pandemic, and children and teachers are still getting used to that because of the instability and how things have panned out. So I think we should take our time over this and make sure that we do it properly. Yeah, because I've also had emails from one of the schools in my area, and they're concerned that this is it's going to be a time of big change after COVID. They've just lost one of their key teachers in Bridekirk School, and they're going to lose their head teacher as well because of the proposals here. So it will be a massive time of change, and the children need time to adjust to that. So the proposal says it's a phased process. So I think we don't need to rush into it. A phased process. It gives us a number of years and how much they're going to cost, but it doesn't really tell you which schools are going to be in the first year, and the second year, and the third year. So I think we need to take a bit more stock of that. So I think just be canny, take it slowly, consult with the parents in the schools, take them with us, and let's do it properly, and it will be a positive outcome in the end.
Thanks, Dick. I'll call the other members who want to speak in first, and then we can get responses. Okay, so Julie Irving.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of what I was going to ask has actually already been covered, but I had one question to do with the triple partnerships. Obviously, the papers that are there show the two schools that have not yet been partnered now being partnered, but I want to know if that leaves any triple partnerships, because there's no mention of that on page 391, where it talks about what the triggers are. So if we're being fair and equitable and we are removing all triple partnerships, that needs to go in there as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Julie. John's made a note of that. Ros?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're very faint.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of trouble with my technology. Is that better?
That's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I've been listening with great interest to the debate that we've had so far, and I appreciate many of the comments that are made, and some of my questions have been addressed. However, I do think that the amount of parents that have contacted myself and other councillors is a critical issue to our debate today. And I understand from Stephen Thompson's comments earlier that it's about parents feeling empowered, and I do think with COVID at the moment, a lot of people are feeling extremely out of control and disempowered. And I want absolute reassurance if, as Dick Brodie just said, we bring people along with us. And I think it would have been useful when we agreed the principles in Appendix 1 in November 2020, that maybe the communication could have been better with parent councils to alert them to the fact that these changes may be coming, and to really sort of bring them along with us at that point. It's just a lesson learned, really, in my opinion. So I understand we are not agreeing today to the actual partnerships that are presented in this paper. So I do think it's important that we communicate and get it right. And I really would like to be part of the meeting that Anne Barber proposed. If that would be useful, I would like to be part of that. So really my question is, if we agree this paper today, how are parents going to feel fully engaged in the process as we go forward? And how can we make sure their concerns are addressed and they feel absolutely part of the decision making?
Thanks, Ros. I've got no problem with you actually joining in with the meeting with Anne as proposed. So, Gillian?
Before I hand back to John, I think it's also important to recognise that we do have a number of other schools who are currently within council policy. So while I absolutely recognise that members may be receiving communication from parent councils to which they are observing these changes, we do have schools who are sitting and have sat for some time out with council policy, and we need to bring them into the fold and to make sure that they have the same support as others. And there are schools right across Dumfries and Galloway who are looking to these changes, and pleased to see that the other schools are being treated in the same way as they have had to move over the last 7 or 8 years. I recognise that this is complex. We do have council policy to implement. That policy was agreed in 2013, and that is the process we have been trying to implement and finish since that date.
Thanks, Julian. John?
Could I come back in, Chair?
Yeah, come in, Ros.
Sorry to interrupt there. I'm getting a lot of feedback here. Thank you very much, Gillian. Yeah, that's helpful. I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that the trio in my particular area have contributed to the learning of the children that are involved in the trio, and the partnerships. I think the spirit of learning and commitment that they have shown is going to help us through this process really effectively. And I think that the partnerships have been absolutely superb, the way that they have addressed the learning of the children in their care. So I have a lot of confidence that we will be able to work really positively together to as we go forward.
Thanks, Ros. John?
Thank you. Thank you, those who've responded there, and absolutely happy to take those questions, and absolutely agree with the Director's comment as well. This is about the fairness and equity across Dumfries and Galloway, and for every negative comment you'll get a positive comment and vice versa. So it is one of these very difficult acts to try and balance, and that's why we brought to the members' attention, well, members agreed to the principles behind the strategic framework, which I think was critical to make sure that everybody could be treated and looked through the same lens, if you like. I think also just to reassure members with regards to our senior officers in our communities, which are our head teachers, they are council officers and will play a critical role in the engagement with our schools. Once council have made a decision, then they will play the equal part. It's not a John Thin that's going to go around every school in the communities, but it will be a shared activity with our head teachers, and they will play part of that. I think if I can pick up maybe one of Councillor Brodie's and Councillor Surtees' comments, is about that transition arrangement, and I absolutely agree with the necessity to do this carefully and do it as well as we possibly can with the capacity that we have, and obviously with the current restrictions that we have within our working practice at the moment. So that will be critical, and that's why we've outlined in the implementation plan quite a clear plan that we will speak to our head teachers first. They will be straight after the October break. So those head teachers who are impacted on any decision today will be the first port of call, because they need to understand what does that mean for them, and then we will absolutely go through that process of working with our parents. In terms of the questions, parents will have lots of questions, and we will then write to them after the October break and invite those questions in so that we're prepared for those questions, and we will go back out with answers to those questions. The question can't be, though, I will reiterate this, can't be, can we not be partnered? Because that is not appropriate, because Council have already agreed that, the decision has been made that those schools should be partnered, so we need to absolutely address that. So yes, absolutely Councillor Surtees on that one, and absolutely hearing what both yourself and Councillor Brodie are saying about that approach to make sure that we're doing that with people, not to people. And that's going to be quite a challenge, we understand that, but it's critical that we get that bit right. And I think the only other one was round about Julie Irving's comment about any triples left. Yes, there are. Because by applying the full application of the strategic framework would have resulted in the budget pressure for the council in terms of £350,000, and therefore we were not able to address all of the triples, and that's why, as and when the triggers occur, which have been agreed, we will then address those as a matter of priority. So they will be almost the next part of the plan as things develop. So if a head teacher leaves, it gives us the opportunity to look at that again. If a school mothballs, which has currently happened with Carsfairn, as we know, we'll address those. So therefore we'll work on those and address those as and when we go forward. Just very final point on the trios, and again I described it when I was responding to Councillor Scobie, is about the trio in the West. We are not absolutely saying that the trios are not working well. We've got fantastic head teachers who are doing an amazing job to try and meet all of the demands and expectations of the school communities in which they serve. However, we have as a council supported those trios with some additional support, some additional resource, and some flexibility around about the funding mechanisms for them. And again, as I reiterate, that cannot be a long-term solution, because it isn't a fair solution, because not everybody's been treated under the same light, if you like. So whilst we appreciate they're working really well, and head teachers are knocking their pans out, I think it's a good way to put it, and doing a great job in their school communities, we need to make sure we've got that equitable approach to all of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, the policies agreed by this committee is quite clear, that we have agreed that we have doubles, we don't have any triples. The triples will be phased out, and any school with a population or a roll of more than 100 is a standalone school. I don't see the problem with going out to full and meaningful engagement with these schools on the basis of the plans as laid before us. That to a large extent is an operational issue which will be carried out by the officers. They know the overall situation within the region better than each individual councillor for their own particular ward. I obviously want to come back in, Councillor Scobie.
It's just a point of clarification, Chair, because John has made it clear. He's mentioned inequitable issues there, and I'm not suggesting in my motion that we do not address these, and that there's still the opportunity to look at what's contained in from 3.4 to 3.7, if that's the way that we move forward. What I am saying is that it must be with full consultation, and not to agree today, not to confirm that that is the partnering arrangements as is laid out here. And if it is anything, it's the empowerment that has been referred to by more than one member, and that's the same empowerment with the Roman Catholic Church in terms, because the inequity was addressed back in 2011, looked at in terms of how they could partner St Joseph's with St Ninian's. And that was looked at, and even then there was only a 25-mile, and I see Gillian shaking her head, but it was looked at. Yeah, and all I'm saying, I'm not saying whether it was accepted or not accepted, but it was looked at. That's all I'm saying. And it's the point of clarification in terms of Councillor Surtees Ross in saying there is a huge difference between engagement and consultation. And by my motion, this is saying that this is still open, and it goes out to consult with the schools that would be involved in any change. So it's just that, you know, rather than, it's a huge difference, and John recognised that, between consultation and engagement. Engagement, if we agree this today, would be going forward with a fait accompli.
Gillian?
If it's helpful, Chair and members, I think John asked the question, what would we be consulting on? Are we consulting on the council policy of 2013, and or in consulting with the schools affected, it would be consultation with all 98 primary schools that are affected, because all schools would be affected with the knock-on, because as soon as you include one, you therefore are... So it would basically be a consultation with all 98 schools. Is that what you're seeking?
If that's the way it's to be done, then that's the way it's to be done. But what I did say, with all schools involved in change, and this is being presented to us just now, that could have a knock-on effect with other schools as well. So we're taking this on face value just now. So that's why I'm standing by my motion, that we go out there where there's any change, then we consult. Not engage, we consult with the schools that are being affected by the change.
I'm reluctant to open it up to such a wide consultation. I mean, that would take a huge amount of officer time, at a time when the officers are under a huge amount of pressure. So I would stick with the engagement rather than an open consultation. People don't want change, as we all know. Yeah. But sometimes change has to happen, and it will quite often be for the better, so I would stick with the engagement. But do you have a second of your proposal? Dick?
I'd second it, as long as it's not a wide consultation, it's just with the schools affected.
Just to clarify that, Chair, if you don't mind, it was Gillian that brought in the 98. I've no said in 98. I referred to it there as the schools between 3.4 and 3.7. If there's others to add to it, then add to it. But I did not say add the 98 schools. That was something that, in a process, that Gillian may feel she needs to consult on. That's not what I'm saying.
Gillian?
I'm thinking ahead of the practicalities, Councillor Scobie. If we consult with the schools involved and they disagree with, if the outcome of the consultation is that they do not wish to adhere to council policy, the outcome of that, I think, would be quite challenging in terms of the impact to the other schools. So I'm trying to ensure that people don't feel that we are entering into a process to which there would be a disruptive outcome across the system. And I'm just thinking through the best process to ensure that everyone feels engaged and empowered while not cutting across council policy.
Thanks, Gillian. So we have a proposal that we go out to engagement with these schools. We've got one where we actually go into consultation, but bearing in mind what the director has said in terms of what the impact could be throughout the primary school estate. So, are you clear about?
Is the amendment, Chair, just in clarification, is the amendment then? Are you suggesting, if you're putting the amendment, that you're agreeing to the partnership arrangements as contained in 3.4, and that's what that these will be the partnering arrangements, and this would be the fait accompli in going out and engaging with the schools then?
Yeah, we're engaging on the proposals as detailed within the paper.
But not subject to it cannot be subject to change.
Correct.
That's the clarification that was needed, because that's not what I heard Ross saying.
So, Chairman, this is a fait accompli then, is it? We agree to, but there's no, once we engage with the schools and there can be no changes, that's what you're saying?
We're going out to engage with the schools on the proposals as contained within the paper, which won't have any knock-on effect to existing partnerships.
And they can't be changed, Chairman?
Look, I'm conscious of the time. Shall we go to the vote? Oh, sorry. Ros, then Councillor Murray.
I'm trying to just grasp what exactly we are agreeing to today, because if we're having a meeting regarding the Roman Catholic issue and the meeting that we've set up with Anne, how can that be a meaningful meeting if the Roman Catholic issue has concerns about the partnership and the way that the staffing is going to work? I'm just needing some clarification about how we can go back to our parent councils with all the questions that they have in a meaningful way when it's going to be an engagement. I think it's really important that everybody making decisions today has a very clear answer to that, because my understanding was that we are not making a decision about the proposed partnerships today. We are making decisions about how we go about engaging with the schools concerned.
Okay, Ros, I'll leave that one hanging for a moment. I'll call Elaine Murray in to speak, and then I'll pass it on to John. Okay, Elaine?
Yes, it's just to say that I thought ages ago, it seems now, some time ago, at the beginning of this particular item, I thought I heard John saying that there would be a paper coming back to committee after the engagement. Did I make that up, or did I mishear that? Because I thought that was actually what John said early on, that a paper would come back to the committee after the engagement.
Okay, John?
Sorry, Councillor Murray, I think there was maybe a misunderstanding. The paper that will come back will be an annual paper, and I think this, hopefully I can summarise the discussion that's been had. It's a really fruitful discussion, and I think it's really important to have had the discussion we've had. But the paper will come back every December, which will allow members to track changes in our school rules, and so that will be coming back along with any potential changes to partnership arrangements, because the school, as I described at the start of my presentation this afternoon, the school rules are continually changing. They are in a state of flux, and we need to be in a position as officers of the council to be able to address changes to our school rules and address potential changes, increases and decreases. And at the moment we don't have any tools to do that, because the strategic framework which has been agreed allowed us to do that, and members were comfortable with that process. In terms of moving forward and in terms of trying to assure members that parent councils will be listened to, yes, we are saying that the strategic framework on a cost-neutral basis allows us to partner the schools that are currently unpartnered and disaggregate one or two of the triple partnership schools. So that's allowed us to do that on a cost-neutral basis, and that's what we're asking members for us to proceed to do in a phased approach over the course of this autumn, spring and into next summer, autumn, winter into next We are in autumn, yes. Autumn, winter and spring into next year to ensure that that's done in a very managed process, ensuring that we're listening to the concerns that parents are raising. We will, after the October break, write to all the parent councils. We will invite the questions that they have. We will set up meetings with them to ensure that we're listening to what they've got to say. But what we need to be clear about in committee today is that doesn't mean that they can say, well, actually, we don't want to do that. We don't fancy that anymore. We've got a good head teacher. Why would we want a different head teacher? We can't leave the committee today with that hanging in the air, because that then implies that parent councils can then decide to go against the council's decision about the strategic framework, and then we'd have to unpick all of the decisions that have been made before that, and potentially, as the director said, we may need to go back to the 2013 committee decision in order to try and work a new way forward. The paper today is to try and, as best possible, future-proof the schools for Dumfries and Galloway, safeguard those schools, make sure we've got a system in place to allow us to manage the continuing changes that will happen to our school populations across our communities. And that's why this will have impact on some schools to start with. Bet your bottom dollar it'll have more impact as we progress, because things are changing out in our communities and we need to be in a good position to be able to manage that. So hopefully that summarises it for you, Chair.
Okay, so I've got Julie Irvin and Anne Barber wishing to come back in. Julie?
Thank you, Chair. It was just a point for clarification. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, you're clear.
Yep, sorry, I thought my internet dropped out there. The reason we're in this situation just now where we've got two schools unpartnered is we had management arrangements where the schools were being partnered if a head teacher left or a head teacher retired, and that was triggering partnerships. So the two schools that haven't been partnershipped, their head teachers have chosen to stay where they are. So that is how we've ended up with this inequitable system, if you like. So to leave some triples still in place does not remove the inequity we have across the authority. It creates another lot of inequity. So I think from where I'm sitting and where I'm looking at it, the review arrangements for it would need to include something about if you're in a triple partnership being reviewed. Maybe I'm misreading that, but that to me would make more sense than the bit that says about a teaching head teacher, because if this goes ahead as is, there will be no teaching head teachers left, is my understanding. So can I just get that clarified, please?
Gillian?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and absolutely, it's council policy since 2013, and I have to say, following considerable lobbying from head teachers following the 2009 report regarding head teacher recruitment in rural schools, teaching head teachers were found to be a messy, tangled and muddled role. That was the definition from the University of Glasgow Research, and we worked hard to unpick that role, and in 2013 Dumfries and Galloway Council took the step to remove teaching head teachers from our arrangements. You mentioned that it was because the head teachers had chosen not to leave. That's not in fact the case, Julie. If you remember, these schools were left within the Dumfries Learning Town consultation. So I do feel for these schools, because they have been left with the expectation that change would come with Dumfries Learning Town, and that we are now in a position that we need to support these schools to catch up and have the support that the other schools have benefited from since 2013.
Okay, Julie?
And just regarding triple partnership?
John?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, this is on a cost-neutral basis for us to try and unpick all of the triples. And as I said before, I think we've got 2 or 3 triples that will remain as triples. That would not be on a cost-neutral basis. That would require us to increase the revenue costs, viz. The number of head teachers we'd require to employ, viz. The number of principal teachers we'd need to employ, and therefore that would be in an envelope that currently, with the financial climate we're currently in, would not be appropriate, and that's why that was not presented to members this afternoon.
Okay, so Anne Barber.
Can I give thanks, please, to Rose Surtees for her support about the fact that this is a rather muddled situation. I don't quite understand how we can go ahead with this when as my job as representative of the Catholic Church, I have stated that the Catholic Church cannot accept these proposals. That then involves at least 6 primary schools out of the grouping, and 6 out of 18 is a sizable percentage.
Gillian?
Thank you. Can I just check, and my apologies, I should have checked this in advance. The agreement of the Catholic Church, the policy position that was agreed with the Catholic Church with Alison Gold in 2016, are you aware of that document and the agreement that we reached at that point?
No, I don't have a copy of that. I'm going by, as I stated, the 1918 Education Act and the Catholic Education Commission decision, which is what has been, as far as I was concerned, worked with over the last 10, 15 years.
Well, if it's helpful, sorry, Chair, if it's helpful, no, clearly, of course, we would abide by that position. But in order to, I suppose if you are not aware of the 2016 agreement that we reached with the Catholic Church and with the bishops locally, then I can understand that you would be somewhat feel uncomfortable with progressing on this basis. But we had reached a position with the bishop and the religious representation on Education Committee in 2016, and I will make sure that you have a copy of that, and then you can consider it whether it's still fit for purpose.
Anne? Willie, you want back in again?
Yeah, Chair, it's just on the point that Anne has raised, and notwithstanding that there may be an agreement reached in 2016 that maybe John didn't know about when he was going over all his dates, but that doesn't mean that can supersede the Act, the 1918 Act. So in that respect, both Anne and Ross are correct in terms of it disrupts so many in terms of the proposal. If, as Anne is making it clear, that she's asserting a right to the 1918 Act. And that was always the case in 2011 under the previous director, and I think the 2016 was only to get by that impasse that the authority was finding it difficult to recruit a Roman Catholic head teacher, not just for St Joseph's, but there was others too. So, you know, Chair, it's clear.
John?
Thanks, Chair. And just to pick up on that point, I mean, my understanding of the agreements is that absolutely we will appoint a Roman Catholic head teacher to a Roman Catholic school wherever we possibly can. If that is not possible, we have, and we've already done this, we will then appoint a principal teacher into the Roman Catholic element. There's additional resources provided for that as well in terms of management time to ensure that the faith can be delivered appropriately. So we will absolutely, and that will be the meeting that we have with Anne to make sure that she's clear on that if she hasn't got that clarity at the meeting that we have, and we can go through that document to make sure that everybody's comfortable with the approach we will take to recruitment for the head teacher positions within the Roman Catholic schools.
Could I suggest, looking at the time, that we actually take a 15-minute break? We need to get clarification in terms of the Roman Catholic representation, I think. Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 2:20. Right, good afternoon, members, and welcome back to the committee meeting. We're still on agenda item 11. There's obviously some concern about the Roman Catholic agreement in terms of the management structure within the schools, and I appreciate that a meeting will be set up as soon as possible with Anne Barber in order to try and clarify that. In order to move the matter forward and taking into account the problem seems to be what engagement means versus consultations, can I suggest that what we do is we go out to a consultation process with the schools identified within the body of the paper, and we come to an agreement with those schools which accords with the current policy of the Education Committee in terms of partnerships, i.e. schools over 100 stand alone, and triples will be removed from the system on a phased basis, so there won't be any triples, and the maximum number of schools in a partnership is 2. Okay? Willie?
Chair, you had the motion moved and seconded. Is that your amendment? Because that is more or less saying what I have said in my motion. Mm-hmm. But it, you know, and it takes note because it still could be that the triple, and it's not for me to say. It's for the parents, and there may be parents that don't like the triple in the current arrangement as under 3.7. But it's then, as you rightly now say, that will be open to consultation. But it's so that we don't confirm what we have here before. And after all, it is members that take decisions, not officers. So I would hope that we've got the motion there, and if you're concurring with my motion, then I'm happy to move.
No, I'm happy to go out to consultation with those schools to come back in accordance with a setup which is in accordance with the Council's policy on their partnership schools, i.e. there won't be triples, or triples are phased out.
Chair, I'll stand by my motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, my motion is stating what you're just come back with from the adjournment, and it's clear from what you're saying that we are not confirming these as being the ones that will be partnered, and it may come back with something different in the consultation, but it's important that we have that consultation and not engagement as is suggested in the paper. Haven't agreed this, so I'm happy to go forward that these are not being confirmed, and that the issue will now be put to schools affected, that there will be consultation, and that will include the Roman Catholic Church with their right to exercise the 1918 Education Scotland Act that does exist.
But it also has to comply with the current policy that the triples have been phased out. So coming back with the triple option isn't an option.
That's your words, Chair.
Okay.
That's your amendment.
Right.
Do I have a seconder for the amendment?
I'll second it.
Chair, can I just check? Re the triples. We heard earlier that the triples included in this were cost neutral, but the other ones that weren't included in this would have a revenue implication cost. So can you just clarify?
Yeah, it's a phased removal of the existing triples. As far as this is concerned, a triple isn't an option because we're phasing it out in terms of the Education and Learning Committee's policy. No, we've moved to the vote, so shall we go to the vote?
Could I just have a point of information just from the officers?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that if we are going to consultation or engagement, I think we need to have a consultation mandate, and that normally has to be agreed by members. So I'm just asking how that will be dealt with under these circumstances where we haven't seen the consultation mandate.
Gillian?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, we are expected to move through a consultation mandate, and we would have to take further advice regarding the timescales for this.
Okay, everybody happy with that? So should we go to the vote?
Chair, I ask for point of information as well.
So, Tracy, do you want to confirm what the motion and the amendment is?
Thanks, Chair. So I've got noted here the motion is proposed by Councillor Scobie, seconded by Councillor Brodie, and that's to note the detail in the report at paragraphs 3.4 to 3.8 and not to proceed with the initial implementation plan until we've carried out a full consultation with any schools that are involved in any changes. And the amendment was proposed by Councillor Lever, seconded by Councillor Stitt, to go out to consultation with those schools detailed within the paper in accordance with council policy, and that the existing triples are removed on a phased basis.
Thanks, Tracy.
Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
Amendment, sorry.
Councillor Brodie.
Motion.
Councillor Davidson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale. Councillor Fairbairn.
Amendment.
Councillor Inglis.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Murray.
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie.
Motion.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
And Church Rep Anne Barber.
Motion.
And the amendment carries 13 votes to 3.
Thank you, members. Just looking at the recommendations within the report, perhaps you can help me with this, Tracy. What effect does this have on the recommendations?
Chair, I suggest 2.1 remains as is. And 2.2 agree to go with what the amendment was, so that we're agreeing to go out to consultation with those schools detailed in the paper in accordance with council policy.
And 2.3 stands as well.
Yeah.
So, members, are we happy to agree 2.1, revise 2.2, and 2.3 as stands? Okay, thank you. So, moving on to item 12, on page 393, Education and Learning Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for the period ended 30th of June 2021. The report provides members an overview of the key budget monitoring issues and the projected performance against budget for the current financial year for education and learning services. Based on the position at the end of June 2021, excluding the additional costs in relation to the education and learning restart and the COVID-19 response, it is projected that the service will return a break-even position Contained within the report are details on the additional costs that are projected to be incurred in this financial year due to COVID-19 in relation to the education restart and the COVID-19 response, which are currently estimated at 5.12 million and 113,000 respectively. The savings against the education learning budget have been delivered in full on an ongoing basis, and it's currently anticipated that 2 of the allocations will be fully utilised in the current financial year on the delivery of the agreed policy initiatives as planned. There is an estimated carry forward of the 3rd allocation in relation to the school's virtual desktop, with the potential for some expenditure to be delayed into future years. And I think we've got Colin to speak to it. Colin, is there anything you want to add to the report?
Nothing I would like to add, Chair. Happy to answer any questions.
Members? I'm not seeing anything, Colin, so if we can move to the recommendations. Members asked to note 2.1 and 2.2. Are we happy to note?
Okay.
Thanks, Colin.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to item 13. This is the 6-monthly report on property, buildings, schools, asset class update, starting on page 401. This report provides members with information on the net spend position at the end of June 2021 for capital expenditure within the schools asset class, inclusive of 1140 hours, and brings to members' attention summer holiday projects which have seen increased pressure due to the impact of COVID-19. And we have Lauren Foss, and as per usual, members, rather than getting into discussion of individual schools, if you could take it up with Lauren out with the meeting, it'll speed things along. So, Lauren, is there anything you want to add to your report?
Thank you, Chair. No, not at this point, but again, happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Lauren. Members?
I've got no charge left on my phone, so I can't go through and speak to chance.
Councillor Fairbairn.
It's really a question around 3.8 from Councillor Ronnie Tate and Councillor Karen Carruthers. Lauren, I think there was some proposals porta cabins at Gretna, and I don't think they're in place, according to Councillor Tate and Councillor Carruthers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That is correct. The porta cabins aren't yet in place. I think one of the challenges that we've faced is competing demands nationally through 1140 expansion and temporary accommodation for other key projects across Scotland. The porta cabin availability has been, well, not just porta cabin, but any other suppliers, it's been quite sparse. I think that's obviously as well been impacted on the fact that council resource to be able to do the design side of that has been severely reduced due to personnel issues and shortfall of staff on there. We're in a position now where, though, that we have our colleagues in PEP have a professional technical services framework in place, which allows us now to outsource some of those technical issues for smaller projects to external consultants. So we have a programme in place that will see the porta cabins there ahead of summer, which obviously is a lot later than anticipated. I think reassuringly the role of the school is still within the existing capacity, and the school has a 12th teacher in place, so they are operating in a model that would allow that extra flexibility within the building. And should the roles increase, they can increase the pupil numbers in the building just now up to 337. It's not an ideal position to be in, but thankfully, as I say, the capacity requirement hasn't yet been required at the school.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Dempster. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things, and I will take them up with Aaron after today, but there may be a corporate issue associated with it, which is why I'm asking the question when we're in session, but I'll get the responses for Aaron privately. A parent stopped me last night to tell me that a kitchen had been removed early summer from a school in my ward and hadn't been replaced yet. Something I find quite astonishing, and I believe that when incidents like this take place, if there's a COVID-related cause or whatever the root cause might be, members should be made aware rather than be left standing unaware of what parents are raising with them. Because this is no a minor matter if it's accurate. If a kitchen has been removed and home economics is no longer being delivered because there is simply no kitchen in place in the school, I believe that ward members should be made aware of that, and it might be that that's a mechanism with the ward manager to alert members to outstanding or serious issues, just to make them up to speed with what's happening within the respective schools and their wards. And I'll take it up with Lauren because I've not been able to check to see whether it's a factual situation or no. And the other thing in my ward is a couple of years now on a project, and kids think that a building site's where their playground is. I'm not complaining at all about the works. I'm not complaining about the investment, but it has been raised with me by a member of the Parent Council that the extension of the time period is significantly longer than they would imagined, and I would hope that we would have a start and end date for all of these projects rather than just have them open-ended. As I say, I'm not complaining about the project, not complaining about the workmanship. It's simply a time factor and the fact that facilities are being lost all the time these construction folk are on site, and it seems to the local community that it's gone beyond what they would reasonably have expected. Don't want a reply. I'll get it from Lauren privately and I'll share it with the Parent Council. But no, I think these are corporate issues, the Chairman, because if there's major issues in schools, ward members, I believe, should be alerted to that. And when major projects are on the go, and I know COVID has absolutely destroyed everything in terms of continuity, but I would hope, and I know, Lauren, it's no Lauren's fault, but we should try and get these works carried out in as short a time scale as possible, because it's no helpful for the learning experience and the environment to have workmen on site for nearly 2 years. But as I say, I'll take it up with Lauren. Thanks for your time, Chair, and thanks, Lauren. I'll catch up with you offline.
Yeah, I'm glad you weren't being parochial there, Jim. But I do agree with you. I think it is important that ward members are actually informed if there is slippage in the time, or if there are significant changes to projects. Because after all, we go along to parent council meetings and they rely upon us to give them information in a lot of instances. Okay, so I've got nobody else looking to speak on generality, so can we move to the recommendations? Can we note 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3? Okay, so moving on, I've no other business deemed urgent, and next item is the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Can we consider adoption of resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A bracket 4 and paragraph 6 of part 1 of schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973? Members happy to adopt that? Okay, so can we make sure all external feeds are